You know what, Eyeless? You know what, others? Eyeless! You're fucking true. You're fucking true. This is like the Wrath of the White Bitch, honestly. How you doing, Eyeless? Hope you're doing well. Cracking a cold one right now because we're gonna be continuing on with Ni no Kuni. I'm always true. Yeah, you're always true. True to yourself. Anyways, we're gonna be back with Ni no Kuni. I'm gonna be streaming for like I think like with the internet strangers. Yeah, true. I'm gonna be playing for like a couple of hours, honestly, because I'm gonna have a marathon run in like later on in the night, and I kind of just I was about to be like, what's happening with my game? I kind of just woke up, I would say. I woke up like 2 hours ago, I think. And funny enough, I actually slept through a fucking power outage. Like, I didn't know that the power went out in my house. And then I woke up and I was like, hey, is the power out? What the fuck happened? Turns out, like, the power went out for, like, everyone or something like that. For, like, 2 to 3 hours. And I didn't realize about it until, like, it came back. Like, the power came back. I was like, oh, okay. You got electricity in, yeah, we got electricity in Singapore. Goddamn electricity. I do need to go to like somewhere. Hold on. I wanna check out my journal real quick. The creatures he's asked to see. Okay. So I guess that's the only other errand that I have. Other than that, I think like the others that I have are Western Summerlands. Go to the volcano for the 7th time. I can't do that. I don't have a task that requires me to go to the volcano. Otherwise, I would have gone to the volcano. These? How are you doing? Hey Shay, hope you are doing well. I need to go to Hamelin, I think. I'll do one boss fight or one bounty fight. These? What's these? But yeah, I need to go to, Autumnia. Am I at Autumnia? I should be, like, at Autumnia, right? Unless, like, I'm freaking dumb. Not those emote. Yeah, there's no those emote. I don't know, I mean, to be fair though, I think, Trout was the one who, gave me all these weird emotes. I was like, okay, I'll keep them, sure. I'm totally in Autumnia. Am I not in Autumnia? Hold on. Trout's gay, yo. That's totally true. Okay, let me actually like see about this real quick. So, I need to go to, like, a place. And I can't seem to figure out where this place would be. I don't think there's anything up north, right? Is there anything up north? Yeah, there's a big purple dragon. It's like fucking Spyro all over again. Like, legit, it's all Spyro all over again. I can't seem to land here. Can I land here, at least? Wait, hold on. Oh, it seems that I can't land here as well. Big fucking mansion as well. What the fuck? There is a ship here? Where's there a fucking ship here? Wait. You're telling me that I had to go to that ship later on? Oh my god. Okay, sure. I guess I will fly around. Hold on. Dude got the pink, big purple dragon cut. What the fuck? Jade marble. Oh, I just got jade marble. spindle. I don't think there's anything on the spindle. So I think I can just, like, get out of here again. Looking for the Titanic? God damn it. Hey, at least it's not a submarine. That's all I could say. At least it's not a submarine. Okay, I'm at Autumnia South. Wait. If I'm at Autumnia South... Wait. Autumnia South. I can land here. Huh. Alright, cool, let's go home. True. Where's the fucking thing? Hold on. Autumnia, a strange land near Perdida. Perdida? Perdida. The fuck is Perdida? Maybe it's a place that I haven't got. I couldn't go in yet. I don't know. I totally need to see around real quick. Billy's Goat Bluff. Okay, I think it's a buff. Sorry, is it buff? Bluff. Actually, I was correct on that one. What the fuck? There was a temple right here. What the flying fuck? How is there a temple right here? Weird ass temple. Okay, this is Perdida. Huh? What the fuck? Why do you come to the secret place? Be gone for here at once. Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to be going here then. Whoops. Whoops. I just had to go all the way down. Okay, down. And yeah. Okay. I think I'm supposed to go. Ah, fuck! Stop! Stop doing that, you fucking idiot! Sorry. Here. Land here. Once it's like in somewhere here, then. Short 8-hour stream. No, I can't because I have a marathon run at like 2 AM in the morning, so I can't really do any. I can't. I had to stop at like 4 or 5 hours. So I'm actually gonna like legit gonna look at the time and see like how long I've been streaming for, because I know that I wanna like play this game a lot more, but today is gonna be a very short one. Well, semi-short, I think. I don't know. I will still take a lot of time, but also at the same time, like, oh, it's right here. Jesus! How can I not find you at all? Jesus. How you doing, Gilwin? Hope you're doing well. I'm for sure it's not gonna be like 8 hours at all. Like, it's not gonna be for 8 hours. Yeah. Fuck these cats. Fuck these pussies up. Pussy dead. That's right. Pussy's dead already. Hey Zeon. You're doing well. We're gonna fuck pussies up. There we go. Dead. All these pussies are dead.
We did it.
Alright, one bounty done. It was an okay bounty, I would say. It was an okay bounty.
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes.
Holy shit, wait. Really? Okay, there you go. Now I'm getting like fucking better better attack. Better damage, I would say. There we go. Take that. Wait, am I losing health? I'm losing health. Holy shit. Thanks, fucking woman. Thanks, woman, for healing me. Like the mage you like this the whatever it is. The healer you are. Because she's a chick. And chicks has to heal guys. Surely. I'm not sexist, I swear. No one heard this. No one heard this.
No slacking, you.
I'm pretty sure no one heard this. Good. That way I don't get cancelled. Because no one heard it. I wonder if like someone has like one viewer and like they literally say all the slurs and then like it's still around on Twitch because they still keep saying slurs and they only get like one viewer every time. Like wouldn't that be like stupidly insane that like someone who has like 0 or 1 viewers be like, we always listening? I mean, true, but also at the same time, I mean, people be like that sometimes, you know. Okay, I can't seem to read it yet. So I think, hold on. There are other places that I need to go to. This one as well, Western Summerlands. Western Summerlands. I need to find where the Western Summerlands is at. West. Wait, that means finally I can actually get up here then. Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Once impossible, now possible. To get up. Okay. This is like the west area then. But that's just... Okay, wait. That's north. Is this west? Like from here, is this west? Oh, it is. Okay. They still have these plaques as well, which is kind of interesting. Falk drop. There we go. Now we get to attack this guy right here. We gonna fuck shit up.
We can do this.
We gonna fuck shit up.
Here goes.
Does he have a party yet? He has a party yet. We're gonna ruin his fucking party. He's like the only one here he has a party hat. Goddamn, sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. We're gonna ruin your one-man party. You're all alone. Homeless. Loneliness. All alone. And we came here to defeat you. Just to kill you and tell you you're worth nothing. That's a cope right there. Oh god, no. That's I use you. I'll cut loose. That should kill him, I think. That doesn't kill him. Holy shit. That should kill him, though. There we go. Hey, J Games. Hope you're doing well. Party man's dead. Rip the party man. Okay, so I get that bounty is done. Okay, that bounty is done. Let's go back to fuck, where do I go? That has like an open Let's go here then. I hope you're doing well, J Games. Is it here? I'll land here for a bit. can turn in these bounties right now. I think I'm hoping to get at least a little bit more money. Yeah, I'm gonna hope to get a little bit more money. Claim bounties. Mystic robes. And stout armor. I got stout armor. Hold on. Stout armor. Mystic robes. That's gonna increase a lot. Jesus. That's a lot of increase. What the fuck? I do want to sell some of my shit as well. I have to sell some of my shit as well later on. I don't really use you a lot. I think you're just gonna keep the Gale rope. Yeah. Wait, how about you? What do you have? Badges. Oh yeah, you have badges. Fuck that. I'll give you then. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sure. Wait, hold on. Did I not do the splash damage one? I haven't done this one. Okay, Western Summer. Where the fuck is Western Summerlands? I have no fucking clue where the fuck is Western Summerlands. Anyways, I still have to sell these shit. So, I got a water droplet. How the fuck do I get beautiful Pepe Clown? Beautiful crystal clears teardrop shed to commiserate. Wait, restore consciousness. Okay. Okay, so I have everything else in the bag. No, sorry, everything else equipped. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. I have 2 of these? How the fuck do I have 2 of these? I didn't realize I have 2 of these. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did I accidentally sell one of them? Oh no, one of them is a shield. Yeah, okay. So I'm okay with it. Yeah, one of them is a shield. Equip, 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 equip. Sell this. So I do need to sell like a bunch of stuff as well. Like one of them I had like 39 of them. Like holy fuck. I don't need that much. You know what? I'm gonna keep 9 of them. So I'm gonna take like I'm gonna sell 30 of them. If I could actually fucking sell 30 of them. There we go. 30 of them sold. This one as well, like I'm just gonna go with 25. This one's just 10. Okay. I do not need these as well. Okay. Wait, I have one more? Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, cool. I think I should be okay. Cool. Wolf fangs. I'm gonna sell one of these. And then one of this as well. I don't think I need them. I don't think I need any of these right now. Yep. Okay, cool. So I can... Accuracy. You need a lot more accuracy, I guess. Because I never gave you any kind of accuracy. Oh, it's very short as well. Huh, okay. I think I should be alright with everything I've been doing so far. Alright, come on. Wait, the bayou's west? Hold on, hold on. I gotta see this real quick. This is the... Oh, wait, no, this is the, okay, wait, no, this is the... This is just the bayou. Okay. West. I mean, we're still in the west, right? I can land here. But then again, like, where is this fucking thing? Hey, Ingmar. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you too. Yeah, it's Friday. Day of rest, but not for me. Southwest. Is it this island? Russet Isle, okay. I do need to actually... Okay, wait. Before this... Holy shit, it's in the water. My dude's in the water. Oh, fuck. Wait. Where in the water? It's on the other side of the... Oh, God. I need a ship. I don't have my ship. See, now where's my ship? I don't know where my ship's at. I need my ship. Crap. Okay. So... I guess I need to get to where my ship could be at. So I guess... Guess I'll go back here and then just rest up, and then afterwards get a ship and then just do one of the bounties and then, you know, come back maybe. I mean, we still have a lot of time, honestly. I still have a lot of time. I just fly towards this side then. Musical in this game is bussin', not gonna lie. Bussin' no cap. Where is this place again? Here. Are you serious? Go the other way then. I do also want to XP farm as well. See whether or not I have like see whether I could actually get like over 50. Well, not over 50, I guess like just 50. We'll see about that. Oh yeah, rest up. I need to rest up. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna rest up. Yeah. I'll stay in here. Anyways, it's still a fucking main mission. Anyways, I can just sleep whenever I want to. Doesn't really matter. I think. Does it matter? Does it really matter? Oh fuck, it does matter. I didn't realize it does matter.
Well, it is you, the famous Alicia. To what do I owe this pleasure? I see. So you have come to do battle. How very unwise. And you a great sage. What do you hope to achieve? You know that all magic is powerless in my presence. Foolish girl, I have just the place for you. A prison of eternal darkness.
Crikey! Sounds like a proper stinker of a dream, Ollie boy. It was... Shadar was there. And Mom, Shadar, he defeated her. And there was nothing I could do. Calm down, Oliver. It was just a dream. She's right, Ollie boy. And anyway, it wasn't your mom. It wasn't your man, was it? It was Alicia. Alicia, of course. Wrath of the white bitch, Nino cunt. I guess it was, huh? Sorry, everybody. We will save her. We have to. Of course we flipping do. It's the whole reason we are on this journey, ain't it? I legitimately still think that Oliver is taking the Zaza. I still think Oliver is taking the Zaza and fucking like stoned out for days just to think that his mom is gonna be saved, when in fact like the mom is fucking dead from a heart attack, never to become alive again. Yes, it is. Great, glad we have cleared that up. Can we go and see the village elder now? Yeah, we better get we'll best get going. Oh, I asked the nice lady who runs the inn, and she said his house is over by the big frozen pond up the back of the village there. Okay. So I have to go all the way there then. But I need a ship. I don't have a ship. Do I have a ship here? I don't think I have a ship here. Hold on. That means I just have to teleport my way back to Castaway Cove and then get a ship and then go all the way towards whatever it is. Yeah, get a ship. Sail time. Sail towards the oh god, that island right there just to do a fucking, okay, sure. Well, I guess I had to XP farm first. So I think half of the time right now I'm gonna be doing XP farming. Let's do XP farming real quick. There you go. So can we reach to 47 by the time I actually get to that thing? Hey gal, I don't need no Kuni. How you doing, gal? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I've been playing Ni no Kuni for a while now, so everything at the moment is just all Ni no Kuni. But today is gonna be a short one as well. Today's gonna be a short stream because later on at the night, because right now I think it's like yeah, right now it's like 7 p.m. Like weirdly enough, I'm hanging in there. That's good. So weirdly enough, like today I actually slept through a power outage. Yeah, I slept through a power outage that ran for like 2-3 hours, and I didn't know about it until like I fucking like woke up. And I was like, hey, why is the power out? Then my grandma was like, the power's been out for like 2-3 hours now, and I didn't know. And then I turned the power back on, and then she was like, oh wait, power's on now. So there's that. So I didn't know I slept through a power outage, because I slept at around like 8 a.m. today. I think I slept at 8. Yeah, I slept at 8 a.m. today. And then I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the evening. And I was like, huh, why is it so warm in my fucking room? Because I usually have the air conditioner. Which I still have my air conditioner.
We did it.
Singapore is a fucking warm area, even. Like, super fucking warm. It's like fucking what, 30 degrees out here, 30 degrees Celsius, which is like 90 degrees Fahrenheit every single time. And it's like so warm in my room. So I was like thinking like, why the fuck is it so warm? And I looked at my air conditioner, it was like off, and I was like, what? Why is it off right now? I didn't realize it was off until like I didn't realize it was off until I checked my air conditioner. I was like, oh, it's off. Why the fuck is it off? And I looked at my computer. I was like, wait a minute, my computer's off as well. So what's happening? I went out. I went out and then see the fuse box. I thought my grandma was gonna be like outside or something. She wasn't outside. She was like literally like outside at the living room, like sleeping as well. And I was like, okay, I'm probably gonna turn it on. And then my grandma was like, dude, don't turn it on. Power outage for like couple of hours already. I was like, huh, really? So I went back and turned it on again. I went back and turned it on. I was like, wait a minute, my computer's on. What are you talking about? And my grandma was like, huh? Really? On already? And then she just kept watching TV because she was like telling me, oh yeah, the TV's gone for a while. I was like, really?
Come on. Here we go.
Yeah, this way. Boomer versus technology. Well, I guess so, but it's also at the same time, like, she didn't know. She was supposed to turn it on at, like, 5:30. She said she was about to turn it on at 5:30, and it was, like, 5 p.m. So I was like, huh? I literally just went, huh?
What can I say?
So I just turned it on. I was like, oh, okay. Can actually turn it on.
Let's do it. Here we go.
There you go. There we go.
Is that it?
Okay. I'm very close to I'm very close to 47, so that's a good thing that I'm kind of close to 47. And also at the same time, I think I'm nearing the boss as well. Oh, no, not the boss, the bounty. Because we're bounty hunting.
Here we go.
Cool.
What can I say? It's a...
Very close, very close. Very, very close. I just need to know where this fucking bounty is. Because once you're 47, you'll pull out some hits. I think so, because like the more levels you get, the more damage you deal or you give to the enemies. That's what I think, you know. Because I don't really play a lot of JRPG games. I mean, I really don't play a lot of RPG games. So I assume that the more levels you get, the more damage you give to an enemy and such. So like, if I was at like 1 damage and like level 1, I think I'm gonna be like what, 40 damage in like level 40 or something like that, or even more damage in level 40. That's what I think. I don't know. That was a reference to Hitman. Oh! I actually don't play Hitman. Hitman is like one of those games that I thought it was interesting at first, and then I just didn't like it at all because like it just didn't felt like it was an... Like I played Hitman 2 like for an hour-ish, and I was like, yeah, this is kind of boring. Totally because like I don't like fucking stealth games. I tried to play stealth games, and I really just can't really be bothered with stealth games at all. Well, there are some stealth games that I'm okay with, but also at the same time, like, you know, with stealth games, I do suck. That's why I kind of rush things through with, I think it was the 2013 one. Whatever the 2013's, Hitman was. Ooh. Okay, if you have played the Hitman 2 on PS2, I could definitely see why. I didn't know that there was a Hitman 2 on PS2, to be fair though. Gotta clock in for work. Alright. Have a good one, gal. But yeah, I don't even know that there was a Hitman 2 on PS2. I only know the modern one. Did you just start? Yeah, I just started. Why? Hope you're doing well, Mirage. I did just start it. But to be fair though, I've been like trying to grind XPs right now because one, I wanted to go to 47 in order for me to well, I want to get 47 and then defeat the one of the bounties. But also at the same time, I do also need to complete all the stones. I do have like one more errand and a few more bounties to actually go for. I could totally try to go for them. Fell asleep for a bit. I just woke up. Ooh. Yeah, I just started streaming anyways. Today is gonna be a short one anyway, so there's that. The Mummy game Ek is playing butts. I knew that from when he actually ran the Mummy on PS1. It was ass shit. I don't know why, but like, weirdly enough, lately, like, the community has been picking up shitty games for Ek to play. And it's like, why? Why are people picking out shitty games for Ek to play lately? Last week was Grey Hill Incident, and I was like, yeah, that's a shitty game. Why the fuck people want to vote for Grey Hill Incident? And then, it's funny until you reach the shitty mechanics. It does. I just don't understand. Today is the Mummy, and I was like, why the fuck did people pick the Mummy? I'm very glad that people didn't pick Ikai, because Ikai was a shitty game to begin with, and it was on the voting for like months, and no one fucking picked Ikai at all because it was a shitty fucking horror game, not good at all. I'm gonna get nixed. Every time. I just get frustrated when a game has no direction and you're forced to look up FAQ online. I feel like a lot of, like, some games I do struggle and actually just look up fucking like guides online because I'm struggling for a lot of the games. But then again, you know, it is what it is for me. Okay, let's go to, wait, no, wait, hold on. Gotta put you down for a bit. I do want to know what my other bounties are, because I do have other bounties. Okay, north of Summerlands, Northern Winter Isle. How goes your newfound? I see if you made it out of the casino. Yeah, I went out of the casino. I mean, it's been good so far. I mean, I've been liking this game. I mean, you can totally tell I've been putting in a lot of hours for this game because I really do like this game. It's one of those games where I thought it was not gonna be that... Oh, well, not gonna be that long, but it's like really that long. I mean, to be fair though, JRPGs are also that long anyway, so what gives, honestly. Okay. Put you right here. So we add the Northern Summerlands. That island, okay. Amazing time suckers. They are amazing time suckers. That's why I don't play them. Usually when I play like some kind of game, I would like want to play it for like 8 to 12 hours and then I'm done with it. But JRPGs are like quite long and I really wanted to try a JRPG anyways. Like it's been fun to play a JRPG lately and just to
Here we go.
play something that is not in my comfort zone, I would say. Like, it's good to spread out. A lot of people keep asking me to spread out, like, dude, spread out your games. You always play like horror games and FPS games. What the fuck are you doing? Stop playing all these stupid fucking shitty games. I'm like, hey, fine. I play this game and then not a lot of people want to come in. Because I'm playing something different. But yeah, it's like that. Pick a cute one. Yeah, I really like this a lot. I mean, I really do wanna. I really did like this game. I remember seeing this game back in like 2013, and I was like thinking about playing this game for a very long time. So I took the chance to actually play the game anyways, and it's really good so far. Although I'm playing like the remastered version and not like the you know, like the original version of it, because technically I can still play the original version. I saw it like a long time ago, so I really did like how it was as a game. What the fuck? I'm confused. Oh god. How am I gonna... I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give like all my fucking mates coffee, even including myself as well. There you go. I think that should be good enough for me. Is it good enough for me? It's not really that good enough for me. Put one more cappuccino in me. Okay, cool. I'll go with this one. Slash and burn. There you go. Should be done. Cool. We're through. We're through with it. Finally.
What can I say?
Alright. When are you morphable? When are you fucking... When are you gonna morph? Honestly. There's one that I need to ship. God, that's one I need to ship! God damn. Fuck me. I'm gonna I gotta wait it out for a while. Okay. That means I have to go... Okay, I'll do one of the stones real quick, and then we'll see about the other stone. And again, good news if you like this game. What's the good news? Or is it like, you're happy that I'm happy that I like this game? Yeah, I really do like this game. It's a cute game. Cute ayaya game. Okay, go through the front. Oh yeah, I do need to actually like, everyone should have an RPG like they like. Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, I play a lot of like, well, my RPG consists of like Fallout, Borderlands, yeah, Fallout, Borderlands, where you have to like shoot people instead, or shoot like a bunch of like, yeah, like shooting a bunch of like enemies. I don't really like fighting. Send him a list.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
I heard about. Okay, let me see about the games real quick. As I'm fighting. I heard about Crosscode. I didn't really think that Crosscode is gonna be very interesting to me. I think I would really want to play Kingdom Hearts. I think Kingdom Hearts is a very interesting game because it's Disney. Fire Emblem is not a game that I would want to play. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts is one of the games that I wanted to try to play for a very long time, but a lot of people are like mixed as well. Like they like the game, but also at the same time, some people do not like the game of how like the plot is and shit like that. I don't really mind it. The thing is that I haven't like really known anything about the game. Yokai Watch. I think I heard about Yokai Watch, but I don't know. I heard about it. I don't really know about it. I think the other game that I really wanted to play was... What was the other game that I wanted to play? Fuck, what was the game? No, it was a game that I wanted to play. Oh, fuck. No, it's not Crosscode. Professor Layton, there we go. Like, I've been wanting to play Professor Layton. That's another game that I want to try to play. Yeah, but I need a DS. I've been wanting to get a DS for a while. Hold on. I need to write this down because I'm writing shit down lately. You need a creature that travels atop a blue flower. A creature that found its niche. Its niche in the glit. What? And then the other one has a pile snow upon his head. Okay. Jesus. Is another puzzle game? Yeah, I've been wanting to play that. Like, I've been wanting to play that one for a while. Maybe I'll go into the that place later on. Oh yeah, save. I need to save. I forgot about saving. There we go. Forgot about saving. Imagine me not saving right now. This one. I've been wanting to play that one. I think that one is like an interesting game that I really wanted to play for a very long time, but I didn't play it because at the time I just, one, I don't have the money for it. Two, it's just I don't know whether I'll be very interested into it until like maybe I'm like older, and now I'm older, I'm probably gonna be a bit interested into it. Hey Alex, you're doing well. I give you more accuracy. Am I not gonna get more accuracy out of it? Anyways. I am thinking that you are the travelers, yes? The ones who are wanting to head into the glittering grotto. Professor Tabitha told me you would be coming. That's us, sir. So oh wait, hold on. I gotta check on something real quick. I need to check on something real quick. Okay. Can you believe someone called to me since you're non-bi? Does that mean you're un-girl or un-boy? What the fuck? What? That's us, sir. So would it be alright if we went inside? It would be being alright. But the terrain to the north of here is being bitterly cold and very snowy. Don't worry about that, man. Kids like Ollie Boy love a bit of snow, ain't it? How do I even respond? How about God, I was about to say something bad. I was about to say something bad, and I'm like, if you wanna be very toxic, you can just say unalive yourself. But honestly, I'd rather not tell you to say that. I was like, oh, you think that I'm an un-girl or un-boy? How about you unalive yourself? Yeah, I don't hate the person that much. Yeah, if you don't hate the person, then just yeah. Just I don't know. But like, if it was like some random person that would say that, I guess like, oh yeah, you should unalive yourself. But then again, if you want to be toxic, sure. I'm kind of like a toxic person. Control C your true. How you doing, Kylo Ren? It seems you are determined to go no matter what I am saying. Am I thinking correctly? I guess you are, sir. Oh ho. Then I will be opening the gate for you now. You should be heading out before the temperature is dropping further. Thank you, Mr. Elder, sir. Oh, I was nearly forgetting. Yes. You would surely be dying without them. Huh? Please wait a moment. I am bringing them to you right away. Is it a cult? Please tell me a cult. As an old person, I just move away from toxic folks.
Tiny, this is proper cozy like.
Proper cozy like. Wait, Kylo Ren, how old are you? What the fuck? I have difficulty understanding gender stuff. They do. Secret? You're not like fucking... No, I don't... No, dude. I don't think you are that old. I don't think you are that old. You're not that old. Yo, definitely older than Ek. Ek's like 20...
No slacking, you lot.
He's 29, I think, this year. Or is it 20? No, he's 27 this year. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Rude to ask age? I always ask age. Because I would be like, mommy? Sorry, mommy. Sorry, daddy? Sorry, mommy? Sorry. That's one of the things that I need. Yeah, I'm super older. Okay, you're not over 35, right? Yeah, you're not over 35 anyways. Ironically, you can use both mommy and daddy on me. Best of both worlds. Uh-huh. Hey, snow on your head. Okay, wait, hold on. You have snow on your head. Snow on your head. Really? Yeah, you have snow on your head. Okay. Hopefully I can actually get you then. Please fall in love. Fuck! Okay. I need a flower and a fucking like thing on your head. I need white cum on your head. The white cummy on your head. Right meow. Give me the white cummy on your head right meow.
Fancy your chances, do you?
I have a nice maiden. Dude, he has the white cum on his head. Look at that. It's very appropriate. Oh man, keeps dying.
We won!
He keeps dying with the cum on his head. Wait, do I? Okay, wait, hold on. Actually, question: do I have the? Oh, I still need one more moon crystal. Fuck. I need one more moon crystal. That's gonna suck ass. Okay, there's a few Sasquatch right here. You should name the Yeti Coke. Yo, Cocaina?
Come on!
Yo, the Cocaina. Cocaina! Cocaina, Cocaina. Change your name to Swainy. I'm not gonna change my name to Swainy. I bet I'm pronouncing that name wrong, honestly. I keep pronouncing his name as Swainy. But I don't know if it's actually just called Swainy.
Watch this!
Anyways, I'm gonna look at the list again. I'm gonna talk about the stuff that I know of. Okay, so Valkyria Chronicles, I heard about that game before. Yeah, I heard about Valkyria Chronicles. I just don't think it was interesting. Tales of Vesperia. I think that's a very anime JRPG. I don't... Try Swain. Tales of Vesperia. I know that's a very anime JRPG game. It didn't really look interesting to me. Blue Dragon felt like something I know of, but I don't know if I actually do know about it. It seems very familiar to me. I don't know why. Blue Dragon, yeah. Altelier. There's one that's Altelier Furious. I've never heard about that before. The other one is Altelier Lydie and Swilly. I've never seen that one before as well. What's the... Bigu. Bigu. What are these symbols? Stuff. Altalia? I don't know because I've never heard about the game before. I've never heard about Pigu. Pigu. I've never heard about Altalia or Altelier. I've never heard about that game before. I've heard about Crosscode, but I don't think it's a game that I'm kind of interested in. Eternal Sonata. I heard about the game before, but I don't know from where. Fire Emblem, I've seen that game before, like plenty of times. I'm not really that interested. Tales of Zestiria, never heard of before. Kingdom Hearts, I've been wanting to play that game for a while. Tales of Arise, kind of heard before. Just don't think I would want to watch. Don't think I want to play it. I don't know. Ni no Kuni 2, I have it. I plan to play it sooner or later. Don't know when. Maybe years to come. Why is this one Japanese? Because everything is all in Japanese. Like all my characters so far are Japanese, other than Gogo and Gunther, because these are both like these guys is familiars. Otherwise, like everyone else are in Japanese. I've been wanting to learn Japanese anyway, so yeah, there's that. That's that. That's that's that. I'm not gonna say his name because yeah. What's this? This is Neko. This monkey. I don't know what this Chimpo, which is dick. This is Sexu, which is sex, because the familiar's name is called ex-girlfriend, Girlfiend. I just call her ex-girlfriend. So this is sex. This is Osama. Someone wanted me to name him Osama. And then this one is what is this? Camo. Oh, Camo. I don't know why. Camo. That's Camo. Imagine Jua playing Divinity Second Sin. I don't think I would want to play Divinity at all. I heard about Divinity. It wasn't really in my interest to play Divinity at all. I don't even know if I have Divinity. Okay, other than that, I have Yokai Watch. I've never heard about Yokai Watch before. I don't think I've ever heard about Yokai Watch before. And then the other one is Altelier Sophie or whatever it is.
We won!
Yeah, they're kind of silly in the way of how it is with Japanese. What do I have? I have the... Okay, I had the one with the cum on its head. So I need the flower, and then afterwards I'll go into the... Oh god. I'll go into the... Whatever the place is called. I got into a math part with a Sigma sign.
Here we go!
Sigma these nuts! How about that, Sigma these nuts?
We did it!
Hold on, let me check something real quick. Okay. A. There we go.
nothing.
Here goes.
Ready?
I like all the misses that I'm doing. Like, it's because of the accuracy. And it sucks. This game feels like a Miyazaki movie that never ends, but it's pretty as heck. But this one... You mean a Ghibli movie? Because this game was made by Ghibli. I can totally tell it's a Ghibli movie, not a Miyazaki movie. A Miyazaki movie would be more of... Wait, Wait, is this another Miyazaki or like the same Miyazaki that did Dark Souls? Yeah, is this the... There are two? Oh, okay. I know the Dark Souls Miyazaki, I just don't know the other Miyazaki then. Yeah, I just don't know the other Miyazaki. I was like, yeah, this is like a Ghibli. This is more Ghibli than like Miyazaki Dark Souls. Hayao Miyazaki. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Hidetaka, sorry, Hidetaka. Do you know the third one? I don't know the third one. Miyazaki. No! No! How dare you! Hey, good chef. You wouldn't mind a Miyazaki and a Miyazaki collab? That's cool. The one is Miyazaki King. Dude, a Ghibli made Dark Souls game, like holy shit, that would be interesting, honestly. That would be very interesting to say the least.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
Me ass gonna whoop your ass. God damn it, Sibo. Hope you're doing well. This weird morning.
Is that it?
Also, I'm around here just killing these fucking monsters right now because I want to get that fucking blue flower thing. Ghibli animated movie with FromSoft art and setting. FromSoft game with Ghibli art. I would want to see that, honestly. Wouldn't that be interesting? The Miyazaki experience. But yeah, today I learned the guy behind Ghibli is also called Miyazaki. Cause I keep hearing about Miyazaki on like I keep hearing about Miyazaki on Dark Souls. I've never known anything about Ghibli. The only ones that I know about Ghibli are My Friend Totoro, The Castle, and Spirited Away. I really want to watch Spirited Away. I think one day I need to watch Spirited Away. I need to one day actually just sit down and watch Spirited Away. Mononoke. Mononoke is another one, yeah. Wait, why is there? Oh, wait. No, that's not. Holy shit, 1,000 fuck. Oh, God. 1,000 damage and he's dead. Rip to that dude. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Let's go. Mix. Spirited Away and LSD Night. Maybe. Wait, what? Wait, what's the ingredient? Hold on. Alchemy. Is it this one? Oh, that's shields. Moondrop. 1 moondrop, 3 moon crystals. What the fuck? 1 moondrop, 3 moon crystal. What the? Huh? Did I do it wrongly? Oh, it's oi! Whoops! Whoops! I didn't realize. That means I need star crystals. Oh, fuck my life. Ah, fuck my life, dude. Where am I gonna get star crystals? Do you know the sequel to that movie? Wait, there's a sequel? Wait, sequel to what movie? Is it Spirited Away or what? Because I honestly do not know like any kind of like sequels to a Ghibli movie, because I've never watched a Ghibli movie before. I've always had the I've always had the interest of watching a Ghibli movie, but I've never like fully sat down and watched a Ghibli movie at all.
Stay calm now. Here we go.
You only watch hentai? Yo, I watch hentai of Ghibli art. Is there hentai of Ghibli art, honestly? I've never known if there's hentai of Ghibli art. Imagine if there's hentai of Ghibli art, man. It's hentai for everything. Always get my characters on my Jesus. I don't know. Someone's probably gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna draw like hentai of Ghibli art. LSD? No, not LSD. Stop taking LSD right now. No. We're not doing the Zaza. Zaza bet. But I feel like the plot of this game is literally just Kid takes Zaza, and this is his fucking fantasy right now. But then again, like, if you're gonna give a list of Ghibli movies everyone should watch, I think it's every fucking Ghibli movie that everyone should watch. Because I think Ghibli movies are actually just good as it is. There's nothing bad about a Ghibli movie. Unless, you know, there's something actually bad about a Ghibli movie. Stop taking drugs! Someone better for me? Still though, I mean, like, it's still a Ghibli movie. You know? Shut the fuck up, I do one-on-one. What? Drugs good? I live in a country where we have propaganda of drugs being bad. I can't, man. I have to tell everyone that drugs bad because the propaganda here. You know what? I'll go into the glittering grotto. Drugs generally are bad, so don't do drugs. Cope. Yes, sir. Cope. The glittering grotto. Just look at it. It's so incredibly beautiful. Not to mention incredibly cold. Her. And I thought I was nippy outside. It is a bit brass monkey. Eh? Let's get this over with quick and get the flip out of here, shall we? God, what do you two have to moan on and on like a pair of old coggers all the time? Because we are a pair of old coggers compared to you, coggers. It doesn't matter how cold it is. There's a magic stone here, and we had to find it. We had to go on, no matter what. Watch your step, everybody. That's easy for you to say, kiddo. I'll give my right nostril to be a lily again. Cockers. Any cockers in the chat? Would you ever do a tuition and watch along of Bible Black? What the fuck is Bible Black? I don't do drugs. I do your mom. That is quite true though. That is very true, Drugs.
Come on.
What the fuck is the Bible black?
Here goes.
I don't know anything. I'm like some baby that doesn't know anything at all. Them bitches with fat ass. Hey yo. Night shift nurses. I've never heard of night shift nurses before. Joe, empty brain. My brain empty.
Let's
It's
go.
like a monkey running in a fucking it's a monkey hamster running in a fucking wheel every time. That's how like empty it is. Classics are suck my dick or die, violent semen inferno, and sandwiched between my wife and her. God damn. Goddamn porno.
Better luck next
Sick
time.
ass porno right there. Frosty Flan. How would you feel about the classic hentai night on Discord?
Watch this. Here goes.
I don't know.
We did it.
Why are we watching hentai in the first place? I want to watch like I want to watch porn. God, none of these fucking characters are like in love at the moment. Like, what the fuck? IRL porn. Cool. Only for my 2D waifus, and that's about it. I'm only here for my 2D waifus.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Nah, I watch porn by myself. I don't need an audience. No audience for porn? Goddamn. True to your roots. Evasion. You have a lot of evasion. How the fuck do you have a lot of evasion? There we go. Is it that? No, that's... Wait, is it?
Here goes.
It's a niche to the... Is that a niche? I guess that's the niche. I have to, like, check it out again. Yeah, it looks like a niche to the glittering grotto. I don't think it's this one, so I guess it's this one then. Get back here! Huh. I guess I'll have to look out for turban people, I guess. I just had to look out for turban people right now. Is it? Yeah, just look out for turban people. Where do I go from here? Go down. Down? Down? Down. That's what Jewel calls his donger. Ah, yes, I gotta look at my turban real quick. There you go. Turban. Or is it this
We
pom
can do
pom?
this. Here goes.
Niche is small penis. Ooh, the Nietzsche. Got my Nietzsche.
Better luck next time.
What's a niche? That's a shiny Pokemon? True. I don't know. They mentioned saying like a niche in the glittering grottos. I was like, huh?
Here goes
A
nothing.
niche in the glittering grotto. I almost want to pronounce it as glistering grotto. This is just it felt right that way. I don't know why. Bussy, the Bussy grotto. The glittering Bussy. How about that? We love the glittering Bussy. Budussy. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh! Yeah, where am I supposed to go? You sprinkle glitter on the Bussy? I don't know. Someone would do it, not me. I don't do it. Yeah, do you think someone would do it? Oh, okay, I know where to go now. Downwards. Here. Joe's lying, his Bussy is sparkling from virginism? Hey. That's not fair. I'm still a virgin at 24 years old, man. Exclamation mark biography. I'm 24 and a virgin.
What can I say? It's a...
You're almost a wiser. A wizard, sorry. Yes, sir.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes.
You were in that clip? Yeah, 24 and a virgin. Goddamn. It has been like that. Chat, y'all need to hook Jewel up with furry girl of his dream. True. Any furry girls in the chat? Cope. Anyone? Any furry girls who will like me? Cope. Phoenix breath. I have Phoenix breath. Hold on. Restores consciousness and HP to all allies. Wow. Okay. That's a big big thing right there. Uh-oh. I'll wear cat ear and a tail. That's as far as I go. But you're still gonna be a virgin. But where does the tail go? Where does the tail go?
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
Use your imagination. I would think that you put a tail around your waist. You put like a belt around your waist and then put the tail on behind your back. Surely not a butt plug, am I right? Coming from my virgin experience. God damn it, it's a butt plug. Boo. Dude, I'm a virgin, you see? Virgins and yo, true. The Kakata avocado seems like a How do you think that Nikocado avocado is a virgin? Sorry, not virgin, sorry, furry. Furricado. Furry cock-do. Furry cock... Furry... Wait! Is that furry radar? Furry-dar? What the fuck? Mom! Could this be the place? It could. The Maw of the Mountain King seems an apt hiding place for the visionary magic of the ancients. For radar. The power to save souls. Could it really be here? If we could only find it, we might stand a chance of defeating the Dark Djinn. That's my penis. I mean dick. I mean the old emperor. It is, huh? Why would he and Mom be here? That ain't your ma'am. That's the great sage Alicia. Crikey, it's been a while. Alicia, of course. She was in my dreams. She looks so much like her. So the old emperor spent his time hanging around with pretty young sages, did he? Huh. It's all right for some. Swaney, is this really the time for your... Excuse me, this is your dad you're talking about. Your dad seems to like young sage chicks. All right, who's Sweeney? Oh, Swaney. Sorry, Swaney. I don't know why you keep saying that name. I'm fucking dyslexic. Smile. No, she disappeared. What the hell is that? Am I seeing things? Ah, now I remember. Nah, man, we ain't seeing things. We're not? Oh, it was a tidy while back. Searching all over, she was. Alicia, I mean, for some ancient spells or other. He's a virgin, so he can't spell or talk. What the fuck? Stop. That was... yeah, so if I have sex, I will talk and speak properly from now. Like, if I ever put my dick in a vagina, I will learn how to speak and talk. Come constipate, Jesus. Lex with the 1 bit.
Hoy horsey, but hope you're well.
What do you pronounce the E? Do you not pronounce the E on Swaney? Lex, thank you for the 1 bit, much appreciated. Do you not pronounce the E on Swaney? It's just Swain? Why the fuck is there an E in the first place then? Take away the E. If you insert yourself on my pussy, you're still being a what? Huh? Can you name an English word where the E is pronounced at the end? Let me think. There's probably some. Pussy! Pussy! There's probably like one. How do you pronounce Elaine? Okay, Elaine is... Okay, that one is okay. Okay, Elaine. Aspiration. What? Why the fuck is there aspiration now? Nah, it's Elaine. Elaine. I don't know because okay, like when I see like it's like Elaine and Swain. I pronounce it as well. That's Elaine, but I'm guessing like because of the SW. I think it's just different. You know. You're building out your profile. We're not gonna build out the profile. Maybe I'm just thinking about the Y at the back. Is it okay? Is it Swaney with a Y at the back or Swaney with an E at the back? Short stream incoming. I mean, today is gonna be a short stream anyways. Because I'm gonna do like a marathon run at like 2 AM in the morning, and I can't really go over like 8 hours, or I can't go at 8 hours today, unless I want to miss my run. I would say, if I want to miss my run, I will go 8 hours today. But otherwise, I'm just gonna go for like 4 or 5 hours today. I just explained to him, and he asked again. Well, to be fair though, I've been like looking at the name, and it just feels like Swaney this whole time. I don't know. Elaine feels very Well, it feels very common. I don't think Swain's name is a common name, right? You know? Language is about feelings, no need for rules. I don't know. I just felt like Swainey's like a fucking like, what does it have to do? I don't know. What does it have to do with anything? Says you, my neighbor is, wait, hold on. Says you, my neighbor is Swain. I keep thinking that the name is just called Swainy. My head just makes me think it's just called Swainy. I don't know why. Why does it look like Swainy to me? Even grandma's correcting me. No, grandma's asking me for something. It doesn't feel right. Dwayne Johnson. I pronounce it as Dwayne Johnson. When Heisei randomly starts burning Juro to make sense, it burns Juro. I don't know! I thought his name was Stop Stealing, you stupid bastard! It could be. How you doing, Scarlet? Dwayne Johnson. Alright! Yeah. Okay, wait. So, yeah, so Dwayne is okay. Dwayne is okay because there's a Y in the middle. If it was an I in the middle, I would pronounce it as Dwayne. Like, legit. Because I've been seeing Wayne, like W-A-Y-N-E. It's always a common name to see it as Dwayne, like Wayne. Like Wayne's World, you know? So I guess it's a common name, you know? I feel like common names are just there. They haven't even said that his name before. I've never heard them say his name before in the game. So my head is just called in my head it's just pronounced as Swainy this whole time. You're making shit. No, it's not. It's not. How am I making shit up? How am I making shit up? Okay, tell me a famous Swain. Tell me a famous Swain. Who here knows a famous Swain? I don't know who a famous Swain is. Is there a famous Swain? I've never heard of any of these people before. No one uses the word Swain anymore. League of Legends Swain. But you guys don't fucking put an E at the back, right? See, here's the thing. You don't. No, but you don't put an E at the back. You know? I would have never known that it's pronounced as Swainy, Swain. Okay, is Mark Twain is Mark Twain spelled as T-W-A-I-N-E? No, right? If it's not pronounced as, if it's not spelled as T-W-A-I-N-E, then it's just without the E. No one says it with the E. Otherwise, it's gonna be like Twainy. Swain is a last name spelled exactly. No, it's not really. It's a. What the fuck are you talking about? I never known how to pronounce Swain's name until now. Because every time, read my full username. Juhorsi. Juhori. Juhori. Sweeney says his name in the voice acted cutscene. I never seen it before. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. How have I not seen this before? I don't know. I've never seen it before, but sure. Anyways. Swain rhymes with rain. Your full username is an E. But it's a common fucking... It's a when he joins the party. Hold on. When he joins the party. Here?
I killed the night mailing. Like, look how.
Okay, let me actually see.
He's got
God damn it. Is it here? I'm trying to find it right now. Fucking Juhorsey. English is my first language. You don't give me the benefit of a doubt for that. I think this is more of a common name. Look, I think this is more of a common name. If you were to say it as Swaney, as SWANEY. I think that's more of a common name than like AINE. That's why I was thinking of it as Swaney, as like that. Otherwise, I guess I just missed it. I feel like I just missed it. Hold on. Let me actually check real quick. Hold on. Okay, this part right here.
Neato. Thanks so much.
I'm Swain. Good to meet you, kiddo.
Okay. Maybe I missed that
I'm
part
not
when he said I'm
Swain.
Swain.
Good to meet you.
Okay, I guess I missed that part. Remind me that it's Swain and not Swaney from now on. Do you imagine the state as mainly? I feel like there's some name that has an E at the back that it's pronounced as like knee. You know? I don't know. Like something knee. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That must okay, what? We had to spend hours telling Joe how to pronounce something. It's like he doesn't believe it. No, it's not that I don't believe it. It's more of like I don't remember. I don't remember where in the scene that the guy pronounced his name, because I've never seen him pronounce his name before until like someone told me, "Oh yeah, it's at the beginning of it." And I was like, "Huh, really? Let me check." Because I don't remember. I never once remember. See, this is what happens when you like when I play games and I just watch cutscenes. I don't remember. I don't even know the scene. I don't remember the scene. And I pronounce it as Swaney until like someone, dude, literally like that's it. Okay, which one? Okay, now here's the question then. Which one is more familiar with you guys? Is this Swain with a oh god, you know how I pronounce that? I pronounce that as car. Like every time when I see the word Carl, I always pronounce it as car. Because I literally like pronounce it as car every time without the L. Yeah, without the L. I just pronounce it as car. Swain and Swaney are both originally the same thing, I guess. Was there ever a name whose name was just Swaney? Swaney. Huh, okay. Anyways. I guess back to the game. Just remind me that if I ever pronounce the word Swaney again, just remind me to change it back to Swain. I think it's with a Y. I don't think it's with an IE at all. Or is it NIE? I guess it's NIE then. Bitch, it can be both? Wait, you mean Swaney and Swain? Or the Y or the Y. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That must be that must have been a conversation they had back then. Can't have been anything else. Certain of it, I am. Masculine and feminine. I still have yet to find out what word at the back has like a has an NE at the back. Because I remember there's some word that has an NE at the back. That pronounces knee. I don't know what word. It can't be none. It can't be none of them. It's gotta be like one word that has an NE at the back that is really just pronounced as a knee. I don't quite understand. If the E isn't silent, as it would have an accent over, then it won't be a proper English word. I think it's a proper English word. There is a proper English word that has like an NE at the back. That is just pronounced as knee. AR-25. Yeah, we got the whole Avatar gang right here. What's not to understand? We just saw a flashback of the past. The only question is why? There isn't. God, I'm still thinking about like what word is it? Whatever. So that was the great sage Alicia, Mom's soulmate. It won't be much longer. We will save you. I promise. Oliver. Sorry, everybody. Come on, let's go get the stone. How do I jump down from here? I need a bridge. Oh, hold on. Oh, I had to nudge that thing? Okay, hold on. What can I nudge it with? Dante? Okay, no, I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong. Is it Dunked or Dunkte? Thank you for the rate, much appreciated. You also play Nino Kuni? Okay, question. Is it Dante or Dunked? It's Dante with an E. Okay. Because I had a whole fucking, like, stupid ass conversation of how I pronounce Swainy wrong, Swain's name wrong, and I keep saying the word Swainy. This game is great. Where are you at the moment? Dante's an Italian name. I don't know. This is Eugene? No. There is a name. I feel like there's a name or there's a word that has an NE just like it's pronounced as like knee at the back. I don't know why. Like when I pronounce Swain's name as Swainy, there's probably some word out there in the world that has a fucking NE at the back that's pronounced as like a Y. I don't know why. Stephanie? No. But E-N-E, the wand. Just got the cat's wand. The cat's wand. Is it like the start? Daphne, there you go. Daphne. That's the one. That's the name. There you go. That's the one. Daphne. Thank God someone knows. That's Daphne. Alright? So that's why I pronounced Swain's name as Swainy this whole time. Because I remember there was like a name that had like an NE. That's not an English name. Is that not an English name? Why would you name yourself Daphne? I don't know, because it's like... Oh yeah, it's Daphne. That's Greek? Huh. Okay. Interesting then. But yeah, that's what, like, one name that I remembered that has like an NE at the back that just goes knee. And I just never knew about anything about that. Daphne's also a flower. I know Daphne from like fucking Scooby-Doo, and that's about it. Wait, Juho needs bent over her knee. Stop, no! English adaptation of a foreign name can be different, but Swain's as Irish as it gets. Okay, it's an Irish name then. I actually never, like I said, I've never heard of that name before. I think this game was this game is the first time that I heard the name Swain, because I never heard about like Swain before. I guess it's also like an origin to Twain. So but yeah, Dante is, yeah, that's very much on the start. It was only 4 hours. Yeah, okay. I'm at like 38 hours, as you can tell. They don't know shit if they use an English name. You can be 100% sure it's a famous one. Otherwise, they wouldn't use it. I've never seen the word Swain before. I've seen the word like Swain without an E, but with an E, I've never seen it before. So that's why I thought it was Swainy instead of Swain. What am I supposed to do? Yeah. I have a long way to go. That's a lot. But it's also because I've done, like, as you can tell, I've done like errands. I've done like almost all of the errands except for this one at the moment. So there's that. And also doing like almost all of the bounties except for this one at the moment. So I've been taking like a very long time for me to play this game. And also talking, because I'm stupidly talking about something that I do not know about and then getting burned by people who knows shit. Every character in the Japanese game is named after a famous writer, composer, or other person. Oh, I see. I picked this game up like a week ago, I think. Like about a week ago. I have no idea. Wait, hold on. Wait, is it like Fireball? No. Like none of these make sense. Okay, there we go. Really, that hit it? Pulse. Can't wait to play it more. It's a fun game. I like it. I mean, as a guy who's not really into JRPG games, like, I really like it so far. Is this the same? I guess that was how Fireball now. Yeah, I really don't play a lot of JRPG games, as you can tell. I don't know if you play a lot of JRPG games, but like, if you were to play, if you are a person that plays a lot of JRPG games, I kind of like suspect that you, no, I kind of just like think that you would spend like a shorter amount of time than I do. Yeah, I like bad games. If you see them repeatedly, because I'm speedrunning them, duh. I'm imagining playing a JRPG seems like a good idea. How you think, Juno? If you like bad games, you should love all JRPG games. I don't know if a JRPG would... I don't know, I think JRPG games are more of like... Oh, fuck off, you fucking dumb fuck. I think like JRPG games are like... games that I don't think they are interesting enough. I think some bad games are just interesting, a bit interesting enough to actually play, like fucking, you know, Gollum. I think Gollum's a fucking interesting game to play. Oh wait, no. Oh, fuck my life. No. I'm fucking far. I'm not like Quadriceps. I'm not like Quadriceps who could actually go to ESA or BSG or any other like events at the moment. I mean, he's going to if I'm not mistaken, he's going to RPG Limit Break. Gonna looks like a game developed by the CIA as a torture device. It could. I mean, I'm kind of a bit interested into Gollum, that I might want to get it sooner or later. All JRPGs are bad! No, Henry kind of thinks that JRPGs are not really that good because it's a time waster. And like the plot of a lot of the games in JRPGs are bad. Little info about this. What am I supposed to do? I'll give you an attack. Breath of Fire. I've never heard of Breath of Fire before until like a few days ago when someone told me Breath of Fire is a cool game. Can you show you something very cursed? Yeah, you can show me whenever. Breath of Cock. God damn. I've never heard of Breath of Fire before until like a few days ago. Actually, no, because like I think someone has been talking to me about Breath of Fire. I just know about it because of them. Otherwise, I do not really know anything about Breath of Fire. Other than that, like, I do not really play a lot of JRPG games as well. Like, I think, like, there are most JRPG games that, like, that are kind of, like, not interesting to me. Because, one, I don't really think that I'm actually capable enough to actually suck on my freedom franks. What the fuck? There's some JRPG games that it doesn't really look that interesting to me. And, it's not really my forte of playing a lot of them. Holy shit! What are these freedom franks? What the fuck? Hold on. Wait. I gotta show this. I gotta show this. No way. I was gonna ask how you haven't heard of Breath of Fire, and then I saw the clip you're 20. Yeah, I'm 24. I'm like, I'm a young fucking dude. I'm literally fucking young as fuck. I don't know how, I'm just young. And everyone's like over 30. Everyone here is like, over my age and over 30 to watch me. I was like, oh, interesting. Smile. Where's my documents? Where's my stuff? Oh, here we go. There you go. Over your IQ? True. I'm actually a dumb fucking I'm a dumb fucking guy. Hold on. Young, dumb, and full of cum. Yes. There. Uncured beef wiener flavored with vanilla, fruit punch, and blue raspberry. What? 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 I think I would not want to eat that at all. Shakes came back in my day. We didn't look up reviews. We just rented the game from Blockbuster and hope it. Yeah. Can I even go up there? I can't. Okay. But yeah, like I'm fucking young, man. I'm fucking like what's a Blockbuster? I'm not from the US. What the fuck's a Blockbuster? Smile. Every week we were in that rental place hoping for the best. Yeesh. Where do I go for this thing? Is it this thing right here? Wait, is it? Huh? How do I cross here then? I can't levitate myself there, right? I don't think so. Blockbuster, I'm pretty sure. No, there's only one. There's one blockbuster. There's still one blockbuster out there. A holy shield? Wait, a holy shield. Oh, fuck you. Who else can have a shield? Excuse me. Excuse me again. Jesus. Single blockbuster still up in Alaska. Is it really? I thought it was like somewhere else like that's near here. Is that Dr. Eggman?
We're under attack. Here goes.
I have a Dr. Eggman on my team. That purple colored bird bitch. I should actually name him Dr. Eggman. Like lol. Snow Radish. Fucking Swain.
Nice work.
Picking up a Snow Radish. Stealing! He keeps stealing from fucking people. I don't know why. He needs to stop stealing. But yeah, I've been liking this game so far. I think this game is like pretty cool. As a guy who doesn't really play a lot of JRPG. It's in Bend, Oregon. Yeah, there was one more in like the town or something. You can jump in this game. Yeah, you can jump, but like it's like if you collect stamps, you can jump in the game. Like you have to collect stamps, and once you collect like 2 cards full of stamps, you can get it. Blockbuster was a movie game. Oh, I know what Blockbuster is. Cockbuster? Yo. Honestly, it's a me thing, man. I need a cockbust every fucking time. I learned what Blockbuster was from memes. Yeah, that's me as well. Like I learned about Blockbuster when with memes as well.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
Oh, I'm getting healed. I forgot about it. I'm getting fucking healed up. I still have to do the mission of like finding like more of these like familiars and actually showing it to someone. That's my side mission at the moment. What else am I supposed to do here up here? This fucking place is big. How big is this fucking place? Jesus. This way. Hey Gito. If you don't know about the Pokemon Snap sticker printer machine, you missed out. Is that the Game Boy one? The Game Boy printer thingamajig thing?
What can I say? It's
Wait, you're playing this but not FF? Yeah, because I think FF is boring. And Ni no Kuni is much more easier than FF. Anyways, you passed your motorcycle circuit test today. That's cool. Congrats. Now you can ride a motorbike. And hopefully don't get into accidents. I love this game, watch PewDiePie. Maybe I actually learned this game from PewDiePie though. Because I was a big PewDiePie fan. Sounds good to me! You better not crash, man. You crash, I don't know what will happen if you crash, honestly. But yeah, congrats on your pass. Very cool, very nice. Holy shit, a furry! I gotta beat up this furry. I'm getting a license for a bigger one. Street tests though. Alright, let's beat up this furry. Fuck you, furry. That Digimon? It probably is a Digiman. Let's try Xenoblade. I don't like Xenoblade. I've seen Xenoblade before. I just got bored of Xenoblade. I don't know. There's some games that I felt interesting and afterwards like kind of boring. Furries in Xenoblade. I know, but like I don't think I would really want to play Xenoblade at all. Alright. Xenoblade Saga. I heard about Xenoblade. I love JRPGs, couldn't get into Xenoblade. I feel like Xenoblade was kind of a game that I just don't think it was interesting to me at the time. Still ain't. But I like a lot of the like cartoon like I guess I'm more into like the cartoon like JRPGs like fucking what's it called? Like Kingdom Hearts, Ni no Kuni, those games. Maybe I actually learned about Ni no Kuni when PewDiePie was playing it. Oh wow, I have like pretty bad fucking okay. Kingdom Shards. I mean, one day I would try to play Kingdom Hearts, but honestly, I do not know how the Kingdom Hearts game is like. I dropped Ni no Kuni 2. I heard Ni no Kuni 2 is like fucking like either it's okay or what? It's okay and it's good, or it's just bad because of the plot and the whole bad because of the whole plot and the whatever it is. I don't know what it is. The combat system. There we go. I mean, we'll see. I did see a lot of convoluted fucking plots, like what's that game called? Harvestella, there's the one. Like, Harvestella was a really weird plot. I like this game solely because it's like fucking... It's a game that I've been wanting to play for a very long time, but also at the same time, I wanted to know how easy it is with the combat system. Because a lot of the combat systems on JRPGs are kind of like difficult for me to understand. That's why I don't really play a lot of JRPG games. I think it's like very hard for me to... Like, it's very difficult for me to actually like take... Or... It's kind of difficult for me to like... To understand what the... Wait, hold on. The combat system is. You fight with people? I see. I think I should be done with like one more like hit and that's about it. Not one more hit, really? Oh, okay, there we go. That's the last hit.
Nice work.
Cool. Also, one thing is that like I didn't realize there was like no phases in these like games. I thought there were phases, like phase 1, phase 2 in like the boss fights. It only seems to be like one fight and that's about it. Which is like very interesting because I would have thought that's gonna be like phases like, you know, like other games. No, there's no phases. Which makes it a lot easier for me to actually like, you know, like level up and then kill the bosses. Or kill the enemies in the game because it's easier. I like how simplistic it is. And I think this game is like a very simplistic game that if you're not into JRPG, I think like this one will be a cool JRPG to get in. Yeah. Stay back, everybody. It might still be dangerous. Now, man, look at those puppy dog eyes. He ain't on the Rappath no more. A Warpath, sorry, Warpath no more. Grr, forgive me. Flipping Ekman, a flipping talking dog. What the hell are you? I am Saborius, faithful servant of the Wizard King and keeper of the stone. So Dapido was right. Even after his passing, I served my master still for many ages. Now I have guarded the stone. It was a furry. Yeah, it was a furry after all. But its power became too much for me. It consumed me. It drove me insane. You poor thing. You came here for the stone, did you not? Yes, we did. We have to gather all of them so that we can defeat Shadar. A cool JRPG to get into is... God, no. I dare not go into Raid Shadow Legends, honestly. I had sensed that, that all was not right in the world beyond these walls. In saving me from my madness, you have proven your strength and purity of heart. You are worthy of the stone. You could tell all that just from us smacking you in the gob. You're perceptive pooch, I'll give you that. I understand that is not seen, fairy. As you will. You are the ones from whom my master waited, from whom he waits still. Your master, the Wizard King, he knows about us? The Wizard King knows all, and the time when you too shall know all approaches. But first, you must prove to him your strength. Huh? How do we do that? Do that which he asks you. Grant him his final wish. Right the wrong of ages past. What could the Wizard King want with us? Beggared if I know. Still, looks like old Mudface didn't mean us any harm in the end, eh? Maybe, but all he did was throw another load of riddles at us. When is this all going to start making sense? Don't be so negative. We got the stone, and that's what matters. The thing to do now is to keep on going. You're right, Esther. Time to go, everybody. Okay. So I guess one more stone left, and then I get the stones. Got all stoned up. Where's the this one? Oops. Actually, Dante, if you're still here, how do you find out about Ni no Kuni? Yeah, how did you find out about Ni no Kuni in the first place? Reminder that the dev of Raid is owned by one of the biggest manufacturers of slot machines in the world. Jesus. I don't know how I found out it's been on my Steam wishlist for fucking years. Yeah, I've been seeing this game for like 10 years, and I just started playing it like a week ago. And I'm like literally spending a lot of hours playing this game at the moment. But it's also like at $11, which is like 85% off at the moment, so it's a good deal to get it for now.
Come on, you guys! Here we go!
Okay, I have 2 chances to actually get this turban guy. I hope I can get one of the turban guys at least. One of the most interesting openings in any JRPG, the president gets fucking nuked. What? What? He gets nuked?
We did it!
Oh, wait, no. Nino Kuni 2 is 85% off then. Yeah, either one of them was like 80% off, so I was like, okay, I'm just getting, but I got this game like a long time ago actually, but I don't know how much it was when I actually got it. I got it like
Let's do it!
a while ago.
Here goes!
I just played it for the first time like yesterday only. I'm gonna take this because I feel like it's something I could try. I don't know if this is a niche. 2 is 85. Okay, 2 is 85. Okay, cool.
Next time.
I feel like I don't know what to name him. I don't know what to name him. I'll see what I can name him as. Hold on. I don't know if this is there we go. Name him Blobby? No, I name him something else. Yeah, I mean, if you know Japanese, you know Japanese anyways. Yeah, I guess if you know Japanese, you know Japanese. Wait, where am I supposed to go now? It means uncle. Sure. Oh fuck. Don't know Japanese.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Oh, maybe it's actually called uncle. I don't know. I just put the word poo. And then Google Translate just showed me the word unchi. I put the word poo on my Google Translate. I was like, okay. I could just name it shit though,
Is that it?
because it looks like it looks like poo. Understandable, yeah. Oh wait, gotta overwrite that. I hope, yeah, I still need to get one more fucking familiar. Cause I don't really get any kind of familiars. Google Translate said it's poop. Yeah, I just put poo.
Here goes nothing.
I just put the word unchi. It's uncle in Romanian. Gotta do some work in Oingus for tomorrow. What do you... Wait. For tomorrow? Oh, never mind, never mind. I was about to ask, like, what's tomorrow for Oingus? Yeah, I have a good one with, you know, Oingus doing. Oh, I still can... wait, hold on. Can I morph you? Phantasma... Grandam. Oh wait, there we go. Okay. Wait, do I have like other stuff as well? I don't. Okay. Man, it's no fuck toy. Can't believe this. I wish it was a fuck toy, Copium.
Come on. Here goes.
Oh wait, no, I still need the flower. Not you. I don't think I need you at all.
We won.
How am I gonna find a flower? Get out of the way, you fucker. Sorry. Get out of the fucking way, you stupid fucker.
Let's go. Here goes.
That's the flower that I'm looking for. Can I love you? I can't. Fuck! Killed it way too fucking hard. Is there like an easier way? Like I don't know if there's an easier way. Is there an easier way for me to like literally get them to love me, or is this really random that they just don't do so? They don't do such. It just feels so random that I can't really get.
We're under attack. Here goes.
I can't really get the fucking familiar that I want. Like, look, it died already. Because I don't think there's an easier way for me to do so, right? Unless there's an actual easier way for me to get those, like, familiars. I don't know what way I could actually do to get those familiars to like me. I'm not gonna look it up. I don't know. Because, like, someone was telling me, like, oh, I could have done this in a short amount of time. You're doing it in such a long time because you're bad at JRPGs, and I know that I'm bad at JRPGs in the first place. I probably didn't read on something. But then again, I don't know.
What can I say?
I don't know much about the JRPG-ness of games. Being a gamer as well. How do I go down from there again? Imagine being a nerd up to the point of being good at JRPGs. I don't know. I really am just not good at JRPGs at all. I just don't know what to do. I only know, the only thing that I know about is that if you level up, your damage gets better and better and better. And that's what I know about RPG games. It's like, oh yeah, the more you level up, the more offense and defense you have in yourself. And that's about it. I don't know anything else other than, yeah, you just fucking get higher stats. And I don't know anything about stats at all. I just make my stats more equal than anything else. I literally make a lot of my stats just equal. Because I really do not know how to even, like, prioritizing my stats. Or like any kind of RPG games, it's like, yeah, I don't know how to like prioritize my stats. I don't know what's good, I don't know what's bad, I don't know how to make it. I think it's like one game that I played like recently that I played it and then I don't know anything about the stats, and then people were like so angry about me just doing that. It's actually like Dark Souls, because I remembered picking a character because I thought it was like for fun, and then people was very serious about Dark Souls because the stats were kind of like you have to like level up on like a specific stat or something like that, and I was like, I just wanted to be like very simple, and I was like, I don't know what to do. Ongo Bongo time? It is Ongo Bongo time for sure. And usually I just go with like the big numbers. So like if the number is like bigger than the past number, or like if the number actually goes up, I would like take it instead. I don't know, because like I play games to think that bigger numbers are better. Cold Stone. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not really well versed into the JRPG games. That's all I could say. Or any kind of RPG games. I just know how to FPS. That's about it. I just know FPS games. And just shooting people in the head and being good at shooting people in the head. In video games. Well, you can totally see me on like Counter-Strike being so fucking good at it, Smile. I'm not a min-maxer, but I at least know enough to be able to beat games. I mean, I guess I'm the same. Like I just know like. Well, okay, never mind. I'll take that back. I don't know a lot to be able to beat games, because there are some games that I really just do not know how to beat. And I have like no knowledge of like understanding on how to beat like some games. Like I think Zelda was one of them that I don't even know how to beat at all. Yeah, I think like which Zelda? Breath of the Wild, because I think Breath of the Wild was my first Zelda game that I played. And I know a lot of people said that it's like Breath of the Wild was not a Zelda game, but like I just picked it up and that's about it. Can I get into any Zelda? I tried, but like it's just not really. It's the first one I beat and it's easy. I didn't understand. I really just didn't understand how do you even like play Zelda at the time. Oh no, you lost your fucking whatever. Do you need? Oh yeah, you need a boy child. Oh no. Where was it? You were playing. He was playing with small people. Are you fucking serious? Oh, small people? Oh, I think I know what small people you're talking about. Not all games. I play Rocket League. And then I wanted to get into Rocket League, but then my friends told me that I'm shit. I'm in distant third. How am I in distant third? Yeah, how am I in distant third at? Okay. I guess I'm in distant, very distant third now. I only say Breath of the Wild is easy because if you struggle at one point, you... So my struggle was that the weird thing about my struggle was that when I was playing the game, I didn't really read anything at all. And then I went to a castle. And it was all broken up. Jesus Christ, how is it that fucking much? So I went to a castle and it was all broken up. And then I was there. And then there was one part where they told me like, oh, you cook food. Get out of the place. Or like get out of the area. And I've never gotten out of the area. I couldn't get out of the area at all. I struggled for an hour and a half to actually get out of the area where the barrier was, and I stopped playing because I didn't know what to do. I think someone would know about this. No one knew. I'm like, there's probably someone who knows what I'm talking about, right? There was like a barrier within the area of the first section of the game, or the first part of the game, and you had to get out of the area or the barrier or something like that. And I never knew how to get out of the barrier for the longest of times. The proud one that found its niche in the... I still do not know what the fuck that is. The proud one that has found its niche in the glittering grotto. What? I honestly don't remember anymore because it was 2017 and I played that game in 2017, and then I didn't really care about it afterwards. Proud one? Proud one? I don't think I was talking anything about a proud one. A lion?
Here goes nothing.
Here goes.
Yeah, I kind of do not remember anymore. Oh. Sorry, I have like a fucking goldfish brain. Like I say something and I don't remember it afterwards. Literally me, man. Like I remember I said something and then afterwards like I don't remember afterwards. Like 1 second later I just don't remember shit. I'm like literally forgetful, that's why. Was there ever a lion in there? That's the question.
Here goes nothing.
Unless probably maybe a queen. Maybe a queen would be a thing. Is a queen a proud one?
We did it.
I'm not too confidently sure, honestly. My friends are mean. So basically, like, there are games that like we play and they got good, and then I'm just like, I'm not that good at all, and then they ask me to play it. They literally try to drag me in for about like 3 years. Like I was literally dragged into playing like Rocket League for like 3 years because I played it for the first time in 2015. And then one of my friends just told me, yeah, dude, stop playing Rocket League. You're never good at Rocket League at all. And then I was like, yeah, I know, I'm not really that good at Rocket League at all. And then afterwards, like, hold on. Oh, you're the little boy. Are you that little boy? Where is it? No, you need the bravery. Do you need the bravery? Oh, he's gone. Oh, okay. So he's gone into the glittering grotto. Okay. No, but that's one of them. I don't talk to them like anymore. Wait, hold on. What's this? Sparkling Sylvan Glade, somewhere west of here. Hold on. Sylvan Cave? Or is it Glade? No, Glade. Okay, whatever. I guess it's a glacier or something. So, that was one friend that I actually talked to for like a long time, and then I never talked to him ever again. And then like years later, I think my friends was like telling me like, "Hey, come back to Rocket League. Come back to Rocket League. I think you'll be okay to play Rocket League. You know, in the past, like your friend said you were bad. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're better playing with us." And I played with them, and then they told me, "Yeah, dude, I think you should actually stop playing Rocket League." Like this is the second time that someone told me to stop playing Rocket League because I was bad. Like I was trying like so hard. Yeah, I couldn't hit the ball at all. I tried hitting the ball like so many times. I couldn't hit the ball. No, I couldn't hit the ball. Like it was like just perspective wise. I can't hit the ball. It's a thing for me. Like I can't hit the ball at all with like actual football and in virtual football, I cannot hit the balls at all. Soccer or football. They have training packs? I know they have training packs, and I tried the training packs, but I still miss them over easy shots, you know? Yeah, I still miss them over easy shots, so it was not a game that I like playing. But also at the same time, I had like I have like fucking, you know, like flashbacks of me not fucking good at football as well, because I do not know how to kick the ball very well. So it turns out to be like something that I cannot do at all. Someone asked me to play Omega Strikers, and I really just couldn't get into Omega Strikers at all because I was bad at fucking like even kicking the ball as well. So there's that.
We won.
Like I said, I tried. Even like in the years that I played like soccer or football, like I tried like so hard. I know I can't even hit the ball at all.
Let's go.
Like I never knew I never got the hang of like hitting balls at all, or like hitting football. It's like a fucking weird. It's like a bad trait of me that I cannot hit balls at all. Like I keep missing every single time. I was like, nah. So that's why I don't think I was very good at Rocket League or even like any kind of football games. I think like any kind of football games, like I'm very bad. Because I would never hit the ball. I would let like my friends keep hitting the balls every time, so I let them do everything and I just like try to goalkeep. But even as a goalkeeper, I fucking suck at goalkeeping.
We did it.
So it was a game that I'm like not really good at all. And I know that I'm not really good at the game at all. I try, but like it's just not my cup of tea. It's just really not my cup of tea at all. I think another game that I tried playing was Dota, but I never got interested into Dota at all because Dota wasn't really a game that it felt interesting at all. And like it just requires me to think a lot. And with like stuff like, oh, you have to farm points in order to do stuff. Farm coins in order to buy the items, and then you have to like combine the items together. I don't know. Cannot get into MOBAs at all. I never combined items at all. When I was playing mobile games, like I was playing Dota, I never combined it at all. Voice Street, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, friends, indeed, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I cannot get into MOBA to the point where I question how anyone likes them. Yeah, I can't get into MOBA. The only games that I really do like is just Counter-Strike, and I think Counter-Strike is the only game that I would surely play for hours. Even if I lose, even if I do badly, I still would love to go back to Counter-Strike because Counter-Strike is the game that I love playing the whole time. Hope you're well. I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well, Void Sweep Usurper. Wait, how do you know my name? Wait, how do you know my short name, Juho? First time viewer?
Here goes nothing.
Long time lurker, first time viewer. Get out of here, bitch.
What can I say? It's a gift.
I'm gonna grind until I get fucking level 50. Jesus. I think the only mobile game that I was into was Heroes of the Storm, because Heroes of the Storm was kind of easy to actually get into. Like I could get into Heroes of the Storm very well. I think Heroes of the Storm was like easy enough. What happened to Tekken Andrew? What the fuck happened to Tekken Andrew? What do you do with Tekken Andrew? Yeah, Blizzard abandoned it. My friends still play Heroes of the Storm. Like, weirdly enough.
Here we go. Here we go.
Just orient. A lockdown could get back in thanks to FA. Yikes. But yeah, yeah, like Heroes of the Storm was kind of easy. When did I hit my up button? Wait, hold on. Can I go west of here? West. Wait, they still say north. Unless the west side is just... Wait, hold on. Ah, whatever. South. Huh? I don't understand this fucking thing. Hold on. Let's plot myself like right here or something. Hello? Here we go. I know that I'm just not good at like the game at all. I mean, I tried being like, I tried being decent at the game, but I couldn't like get into the rhythm of it. So I was like, nope. I just don't think I even like you know. Shitty thing is that even I asked my friends, hey, can I play Rocket League with you guys? And then they said like, no, sorry, we are full team now, even though they're like 2-man squad. So that's how bad I was at the game. That they told me, oh yeah, we're full squad now, even though they were 2-man. It was like really hard to be like, yep, that's it.
We did it.
Much more badass. Ah, yes. Another usurper. So yeah, it was a really like not really much of a good time when I was like playing like Rocket League, but I tried, and I know I'm like pretty bad at it. I also tried like I said, I tried like I tried Omega Strikers, and I'm really bad at Omega Strikers because it looks like a fucking MOBA, and it just doesn't really have that feeling of like a game that I would like at all. I don't know, like I have like some fucking games that I play in like a group or something. I have like a clip or two in my channel when I played it back in COVID time. Which one? Hold on. There we go. You mean like Rocket League?
Stay calm now. Here we go.
Rocket League is fun. Yet it's more of an every now and then thing, I guess. I mean, I could get back into Rocket League. The problem is that like I just don't want to play alone, because I know how bad I am, and then also at the same time I feel like the teammates are gonna like shit talk on me because I'm really bad. Rocket Buggy.
We can do this. Here we go.
I'll play Leo will play. But the ping issue. Unless you can carry me, sure. But I would say like the ping issue is one thing. Ping this dick, what the fuck? I'm probably gonna miss a lot of the balls. Just saying. If you were to play with me like on Rocket League, I don't know. Like I don't know. We'll see. But also at the same time, I'm just No. I only had like 1-2 good moments, and then afterwards like I just kind of suck ass. What other games that people were asking me to play that I suck ass on? There was Rocket League, Omega Striker, Dota, League of Legends. I don't know. I think a lot of like Souls games. Like people will argue that I'm actually like a shit Soulsborne player because I don't follow the fucking path. Because apparently there's a set path and I don't take that set path. I was like, huh? What do you mean by set path? Someone did complain about me. Not if you do Elden. I don't know about Elden though. I feel like I would never complete like a Soulsborne game at all.
We can do this.
Yeah, I literally don't think that I'm gonna complete a Soulsborne game. There's a set path even with Elden. Is there? Is it not that open world like in Dark Souls? Dude, literally Dark Souls is an open world fucking game though. Like, you can just go anywhere and like you can just defeat anyone and anywhere. Even if you're low level. You just need to know what to do. And like at the time I just didn't know what to do at all.
We did it.
You know? I kind of just think that like I was like going towards a... When can I get this fucking flower? This is taking me like a long time to grind. Am I doing something wrong? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I literally feel that I'm doing something wrong right now. And then gives you a ton of area you can learn grinding if you want. But that's like the same with like any kind of Dark Souls games, right? Is it not?
Stay calm now.
I felt like I can do that in Dark Souls 1. But I was going to like the shitty paths. I kind of just forgot about what you can do in like fucking the first one already because it's been a long time since I played the first one. It's been like a year and a half. I can barely remember stuff. When can I love this thing? Please.
We did it.
Is that not hard to run out of there? I don't know. I really just don't know. Restore Aurora. Restore Aurora? What? Wait, hold on. I need to see this one. Restore Aurora. Aurora, whatever it is. Restore. Oh. So I guess it's like second win, huh? Yeah, I guess it's like that. How can you generate Dark Souls content if you just out-level everything and not die every 2 seconds? I don't know. I really just don't know.
Let's do it.
I don't know how people would be interested into Dark Souls because I think Dark Souls is one of those games kind of frustratingly like I guess it's frustratingly good, but also frustratingly bad at the same time. I could play Elden Ring on my... No, sorry. I could play Bloodborne on my PS4. It's just I don't think I would. If Nico can play Elden with a camera. But that's because he has... Wait. Has he played a Soulsborne game before? I feel like he probably has played a Soulsborne game before.
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
Maybe but just a camera. I don't know, people can do like fucking like challenge runs.
What can I say?
I knew someone who could do challenge runs on a steering wheel I know Alexa who actually played the whole game in voice. So it's not that fucking, like, it's not that difficult if you actually know what to do. Which one was it that has fire? Hold on. I legit feel I'm doing something wrong, honestly. Like, I'm not getting this fucking, like, familiar capturing thing. I'm probably doing something wrong. I don't know.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes.
Is it literally just me just grinding it out just to try to get a fucking familiar to love me? Or is there like an easier way? If there's an easier way, I really just don't know what that easier way would be.
Better luck next time.
Because it looks like I keep grinding for XPs right now. And I'm not grinding for XPs, I'm literally just... Well, yeah, I'm grinding for XPs, but I'm also grinding for the fucking, like... the flower dude to fucking love me. And none of these are, one, a flower dude, and two, like, whatever it is.
Here goes.
How are you doing, Amai? Hope you're doing well. Gators in Florida. Jesus.
What can I say?
Jesus, that's a MILF right there. I hope you're doing well, Amai. Probably makes you want to come to Florida even more.
Chances, do you?
I don't know, is there that kind of people in Florida? If so, probably. If not, nope. Not. I mean, I would go to Florida just because of is it Universal Studios? Yeah, I think it's Universal Studios. I would I think when I was young, I really wanted to go to Florida because of Universal Studios, and I really wanted to go to Universal Studios a lot. That and Disneyland. I really want to go to both places. It's like my dream to actually go to another Disneyland other than... Well, I've only gone to Hong Kong Disneyland, and that's about it. Universal Studios is like right here in Singapore, but like it's kind of a bit boring so far. It doesn't really... There's nothing really out there at the moment. How common gators are... I don't know. No, I went to Hong Kong Disneyland. I didn't go to Japan. I didn't go to Japan. Disneyland Japan. There we go. Oh, Tokyo Disneyland. I've gone to Hong Kong Disneyland, and it was really the time of my life. Really, I went there like 12 years ago. 12 years ago.
Watch this.
It's been a long time. I would like really want to go back to Disneyland again, but it's been a long time since I went back to Disneyland. Wait, how hot is it in Florida at the moment though? How hot is Florida at the moment?
What can I say? It's a gift.
I feel like half of my time today is just gonna be me grinding out fucking 1 XP, 2 these fucking creatures because I can't even get these fucking creatures. 84. That's like 24 degrees at the moment. Is it 24 Celsius? Sounds like 24 Celsius. It was so warm in when I was in Orlando. %74% humidity. Bruh. I have like 90% humidity every day. But then again, I do not know how cold will it be in I do not know how cold will it be in like the winter time because I've never experienced winter before, and the cold Like, I'm already fucking cold at like 19 degrees in my fucking room. Like, my air conditioner is like 19 degrees at the moment and I'm fucking cold right now.
Better luck next time.
When I went to Australia, it was like 18 degrees. I was so cold. I mean, it's the happiest place on earth. That's why I go there. And also there's some rides over there that I really want to experience, like Space Mountain. I think Space Mountain was one of those rides that I wanted to go.
We did it!
At the time. I don't know what other rides are there at the moment for like modern Disneyland or per se. I don't know. But there's a lot of stuff that's there at Disneyland because it's usually for kids. It's just usually for kids. There's nothing more to say, but it's usually for kids. Why isn't this fucking thing loving me right now? This is gonna be so fucking like, this is gonna be fucking tedious and long right now. Because none of these fucking familiars are liking me right now. I need to get a specific fucking... Yeah, I need to get a specific fucking familiar.
We did it!
I'm probably doing this wrongly then. I don't know. It's either I'm doing this wrongly or like I'm fucking shitting my pants right now. And out here grinding. God. Who here plays fucking Ni no Kuni? Come on, man. I don't know anything about Ni no Kuni and no, I don't know anything about the JRPG-ness of like the game, but like holy shit, I'm grinding it hard right now. Because I'm here just like grinding out XPs right now.
No slacking, you lot.
I've already spent like an hour or so just grinding out XPs right now.
Ready?
Oh my god, finally. Jesus. Finally. Piece of shit.
Is that it?
Okay. I don't know, flower. What is flower in Japanese? Flower in Japanese. It is. Oh. Oh, it's just that. Okay. It's Hana. How do I put Hana? Ha. Hana. 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 There we go. Is it not Fraururu? I see. Fraururu. Okay, let's go up to the where's the place? This way. Look, I spent like so long in between fucking levels right there. Alright, now I need to find something that is proud of being a niche in here. I do not know what is proud of being a niche in here. And I also need to find a little boy as well. Okay, we're gonna try to find that little boy right now. All you hear in your head is yes. Wait, no, I'm supposed to go down from somewhere. Is that the one? Is that a monster? Oh, fuck off. It's time. I think it's time to smoke.
Here we
Jesus.
go. Here goes.
Boss wants to smoke, you cannot have to smoke. True.
Is that it?
Are you the one? Oh, what the fuck? K-word! Get a load of that, Ollie boy! Okay. How we fight that thing? Water
You're slacking,
ogre.
you lot.
Here goes.
Bring this out real quick. Kill these things real quick. 'Cause I really do want to kill these things right now. How are they blowing hot? What? How are they blowing hot fire when the fucking like? They're legitimately a fucking ice people. What? The ice people. Oh shit, he's dead. He's dead! My dude's dead! Rip. Dylan. I spit hot fire, Jesus. In the coldness. The hot fire, really? Look at that. Spits fire in the fucking icy area. Like, what the fuck? I need the finest breastplate. What the fuck? What in the flying fuck? Dialon.
Neato.
Dialon. Cambodian breast milk. Okay. I'll give you to your mom again. Your mom will be happy. Hello, mama. Hello, mama. I have brought back your child. Give me my fucking stamps, bitch. Medal of Valor. Medal of Valor. Nine attack, 9 increase. Where is it again? Here. There we go. Man, Pokemon is really... Yeah, how you doing, Boxy? Hope you're doing well. It certainly has changed. Wait, what am I supposed to do again? Oh yeah, go back. I thought those were the penguins from Mario 64. Jesus. I'm doing okay. playing this game for a while now, so there's that. Now we're getting my bounties, and I have like $100,000 right now. What was the thing that I got? I got like a shield thing. Wait, no, I got another shield, right? What was the thing that I got? Hold on. Oh, this one. Medal of Agility. Okay, wait, hold on. You take the Medal of Agility then. There we go. Yeah, cool. Oh my god, there's new ones. Jesus. Skull Mountain. Skull Mountain. Youngle. Yule. South of Yule. What? God damn it. I don't even know whether I should try. Diary should be in the forest. Forest somewhere west of Yule. Oh fuck. Improve your chances of befriending creatures. I need this! Enable the recovery of your health through walking. Walking?! Jesus! Okay. It feels like I'm gonna, like, get all the merit cards, but, like, holy shit. Am I really wanting to 100% this game right now? That is the question. Like, I do not know whether I should 100% the game right now. Or just, like, finish the game without, like, you know, doing all my, finishing all the errands and shit. I should try at least, I guess. I don't know how much of trying would I do. But I also might be Googling on one thing because I do not know about. I don't know what I don't know what they mean about this thing. So there was the thing about like saying like, oh, proud niche or something like that. Proud to be a niche of the glittering grotto or some shit like that. And there's a dragon. Yeah, there's a dragon. I don't want to fight these fucking monsters right now. Do not want to fight these fuckers. Get out of here, fuckers. So it's not you. Proud to be a niche. Wait, can I not go there anymore? Wait, huh? Wait, can I not go there at all? What? Can I not go there? Does that mean that I'm like trapped or something? Because I can't go there anymore? If you are insisting, head straight through there. Huh. Pin the cheap eaters, pet them. What? How you doing, Cabot? Hope you're doing well. How do I go there? Hey, Joy Boy. How do I go there? Just. I think my. Wait, what if I use levitate? No, I still can't. What the flying fuck? Okay. How do I get there then? What? Fuck, it makes me want to Google shit right now because I do not understand what the fuck this is. What? Hold on. Go. Get out of the way. Get out of the way! Fuck. Get out the fucking way, you little bitch! If you can cast levitate before crashing into the ground, you can reduce your fall speed safely. You'll be used flutter in midair. Wouldn't it be like an elevator? Wouldn't it be like an elevator? Like think about it. If you cast levitate before crashing into the ground, it reduces your speed. Like elevator, it goes down quickly. If you jump just at the right time, just at the right time when the elevator gets crashing down, you can actually survive from a falling elevator. That's what it is. It's fit science. Magic and science. Surely that would be it. That isn't science. No. That's science. Shut up. Shut up. I swear it's science. Where's the little boy? You. Even if you are going down below, there is no way through the path. Okay. Still you are wanting to go ahead. Yes, if you are insisting, head straight through there. Keep going forward. Yes? What? That just means that I can't go there anymore. There's no way for me to go there unless I make a bridge. I don't think I can make a bridge, right? Okay, can I even make a bridge? Nope, I can't make a bridge. Or is it like rejuvenate or something? Nope. Can't do anything about that. 100% doesn't work. I know. Yeah, I know about that. But wait a minute. I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna Google this. This seems very weird to me. What do they mean by proud niche? Proud to be a niche in the glittering grotto. I don't understand what that means. In the glittering grotto. I have no idea what the fuck do they mean. Okay, wait. I mean, you wouldn't be braced. It's gonna fuck up your legs anyways, you know? It's gonna fuck up your legs. Are you ready to be pinned by red munchers? Jesus. Okay, it says one that travels atop a blue flower, which I've already have. Ice Queen? Are you fucking serious? It's an ice fucking queen? Quiche sounds yummy. I love quiche. Hey, Wonder Greek. Good morning. I don't think it sings. It's just proud to be a fucking queen, and that's about it. Oh yeah, I'm proud to be a fucking queen in here. Where I'm gonna fight a fucking fucking wizard. Would I have a breakfast? I had like fried rice and that's about it. Hey, wait, a star crystal is here. Oh wait, no, I need a moon crystal. Wait, no, I need a star crystal. Chow fun. Yeah, I got a chow fun.
Come on.
Bruh. Can you believe that people are actually queuing up?
Better luck next time.
Do you can you believe that people are queuing up for fucking Taylor Swift tickets in Singapore? Because Taylor Swift announced like fucking 6 days of concert in Singapore, and everyone's fucking queuing up for Taylor Swift tickets for 24 fucking hours. 24 plus hours. Dude, Singapore's like literally 6 million in population. Do you not know how many fucking Singaporeans are here? Like the population of Singapore, it's a lot. For a small country in Singapore, for a small country like Singapore, it's fucking 6 million. Jesus. Yeah, they're standing in line for 24 hours just to get Taylor Swift tickets, or being in line for 24 hours just to get Taylor Swift tickets. That's a lot. That's a long time, honestly. Holy shit. Taylor Swift.
We did it.
Excuse me. No. They have an app, but like fucking I don't know why people want to go to like the whatever it is, you know? People are just going to buy tickets at a post office for 24 like and wait there for like 26 hours, 25 hours, whatever it is.
Come on, you guys.
I'm actually going to a gig tomorrow, and the price of it was like $40, $50. I was like, oh, okay, fine, I'll buy it online, and I bought it online anyways. Probably want to resell it. Oh wait, hold on. Is it paused? Well, okay. It's gonna be paused anyways. Well, if I were to go to the site that I always go to, resell them to Europeans instead. Hold on. All right. Taylor Swift tickets. All right, let's see how much are they right now. $2,300, $550. $1,450, $1,500. You look at them scalping right now. You see? That's a lot. That's a lot, man. 1,250. People are just selling it right now, you know? They're like $2 USD. True. Look at this! Look at fucking this! Look! Standard $500, right? 500, and they're taking $1,000. Like what the what? What? The total of it is half day ones. Like what? double my fucking money, bitch. Double my money, bitch. But then again, I'm going to like a gig tomorrow, so no stream tomorrow. We don't want to stream this game a lot more. What gig? It's a rock gig, I think. Yeah, it's a rock gig. Stream every day. Yes. What is this gig? It's a rock gig. Not a porno gig. It's a rock gig. I'm going to like a concert that is at 7 p.m. and then it ends at like 1:30 a.m. Hi Takoyaki, hope you're doing well. You're looking at a rock gig. I'm going to a rock gig and just like watching like people play music. Smile. Yeah, I ain't no Taylor Swift fan that would pay like thousands of dollars for a ticket, you know. Imagine being a Taylor Swift fan, paying like $2,000. I am a Swiftie. Better not lose your Jesus. Imagine selling those to Southeast Asian. Yes. Go see The Weeknd. I remembered. I think like The Weeknd came to Singapore once. I don't remember when it was, but I remember The Weeknd actually coming to Singapore. My fan is a big fan of The Weeknd, I think. Goes to her concerts. Yeesh. He was headlining a festival one year. Concerts are a shit show nowadays. They are. But then again, like I support local gigs a lot more than like actual big concerts nowadays. So I go to like the indie gigs. One gig that I always do like to actually go back like again and again is like a gig that's called Baybeats. Baybeats. Baybeats is like it's a free independent gig where everyone could like just like fucking go and watch indie music. It's a fucking like great. It's a fucking great gig. And it showcases like local bands and also like the regions bands. It's really cool. I love it. You wanna know what's my favorite indie band? Go. Don't make it a D's Nuts joke. I swear to God, if you make it a D's Nuts joke. Jesus. I swear to God. I know my friend once gone to a, not a Final Fantasy concert, but he went to a Genshin Impact concert. Because Genshin Impact is like super fucking popular here. So he went to like a Genshin Impact concert.
No slacking, you lot.
Genshin. I do love Genshin cosplayers. There's a lot of Genshin cosplayers out there. Why does this guy want me to grind so much on a fucking queen? I swear to God, I'm grinding so much on a fucking queen. Like one singular queen.
Stay calm now. Here we go.
Under the Northern Invasion, which was an outdoor heavy metal concert starting at 10 a.m. and ended at 1 a.m. 10 a.m. It sounds like that sounds like one of those concerts that I hear about, like obscure extreme. It's like that's what like one gig that I kind of do like with heavy metal and stuff like that. I don't know if anyone would know about obscure extreme. It's pretty cool.
can do this. Here goes.
Would you look cute in a yukata? A yukata? Would you guys look cute in a yukata? I don't think I will. Oh shit, queen, queen, queen. Queen, my queen. Please, let me get you, my queen. Let me capture you right now, my queen. Excuse me. Ah, fuck. Queen died. This fucker ain't dead. Not the fucker I want. Bless you, thank you.
Nice work.
Okay, is there like an actual like good way for me to like literally capture a fucking familiar and be easy about it? Cause this is not easy. This is not fucking easy for me to like get this stupid fucking familiar.
Here we go.
I was in the pits all day and that is what I learned. I was not as young as I was. Well, couldn't move the next one. Oof. Oh shit, that was a long time ago then. Or Final Fantasy concert.
What can I say? It's a...
Where's the queen? Come on, man. Give me the queen. I looked it up. There's a stamp card reward that gives... I know about that stamp card. Okay, it's mostly raw chance. Okay, so... yeah, me taking a long time is actually just me taking a long time and not me just being fucking dumb and not screwing up something, I guess. Because I thought I thought I screwed up something. Or I didn't read something that like, oh, it... like, there's a way for you to capture these fucking monsters fast. Right now, bro. I mean, I kind of understand a bit about how this works, but it's not going well. I'm not doing so well.
Better luck next time.
Okay, I know about the stem card thing. But I still need like 4 stamp cards in order for me to get that fucking whatever stamp it is. So like the whole fucking stream today is just me just grinding out like errands right now and not going for a fucking step bro card. No, stamp card. A tramp stamp card. Would you like a tramp stamp card instead?
We won.
How many star crystals do I even have? Hold on. I have 5? I didn't realize I have 5. What are you doing, step bro card? Cool. Alright, Gunter. First time, huh? First time, motherfucker. Firewall, ear splitter. Motherfucker sounds like he's like having sex or something. He's groaning way too hard.
Let's do it.
Oh god, I can get 2. I can try to get 2 chances of a queen. My queen! Please! No! Both of my chances are. Both of my chances failed. God damn.
We did it!
Both of my chances fucking failed. How dare it? Oh wait, Gunther. Oh fuck, I forgot about Gunther. Yeah, just exchange with you. There we go. Real quick. Real quick. Real G. Are there any more queens? God, that means I still have to wait for it to spawn. Fuck. Oh my god, I have to wait for them to spawn. Man, is this how JRPG is like? God damn. God damn, this is how JRPGs are like. Leveled up fucking ex-girlfriend to that much? What? I use an emulator. But technically, oh yeah, you know what? Technically this game is on the PS3 as well, so if I were to get a PS3 emulator, I can totally speed shit up, right? But where's the fun in that? Haha. Where is the fun in that? Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize I'm ranking ex-girlfriend up for like that much. Like holy shit.
Let's go! Here we go! We did it!
Can I get a queen right now, please? I want a queen right meow. Right meow. Give me a queen. Oh yes, a queen! Okay, I got one chance. One simple chance of getting a queen right now. Smile. Oh my god! He still died! Oh. Whatever. You? You wanna love? Fuck off. Yeah, I guess you guys ain't missing anything much. Because I only got like the second... The only thing that I did today was just to get the second stone. And then like the whole entire stream today is just me grinding up for fucking XPs. Because I couldn't get a fucking like a flower and a queen now. Okay, I got one chance to get a queen now. Holy shit. My queen! My queen did a whole somersault. Holy fuck. My queen did a whole somersault. Holy shit. What the fuck is a cabbit? I still think it's a cat rabbit, but it's a different thing. It's like a whole different thing.
We're under attack! Here goes!
Okay. Cat rabbit? Yeah, I kind of thought it was a cat rabbit, but Cabot said it was a different thing. Because her Cabot is a different kind of Cabot, which I completely forgot what it was. Meeting time? Alright, have a good meeting.
Better luck next time. Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
Ready?
And to be fair though, I'm just like over here just like grinding out like XPs right now. That is the only thing that I'm doing right now, is just grinding out XP, so like people can just leave and then just like come back and I'm still grinding XPs anyways. Do you have a queen? No, you don't. Okay. So I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm just gonna wait it all out, I guess. What the fuck? There's a snowstorm! Stop! Get out of here! You fucker! Oh man.
Better luck next time.
What topic can I talk about right now, though? While I'm grinding it out just to find a queen.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Because literally right now I'm just gonna be grinding and I'm thinking of something to talk about. I don't know. What games do you guys like? That is gonna interest me a lot. I want to see what games you guys have that is like, oh, like what games have you guys been playing recently other than Diablo 4, because a lot of people play Diablo 4. And I know a few of you people play like fucking like games that are not that interesting to me. God damn, a lot of games. I hate that I have a very like small plate of games that I love playing, honestly, you know. I really just hate it. Like I can't expand my own, like I can't expand the games that I want to play, or like the games that I think are interesting. I just like a lot of puzzle games and FPS games. And then all of the other games that I want to play, they're just like, it feels like it's just boring. I don't know. I really do want to find another like good puzzle game or good FPS game so I can play. Just there's none in release at the moment. Cabot, I said it was a cat rabbit, but you mentioned about it saying like a different thing or something. Did you blow 4? I blew at least 4
We won!
Like, a cabbit's a cat rabbit, but then again, like, you mentioned saying a different kind of thing as a cabbit. Joel plus cabbage, Jesus. Because didn't you mention saying that, like, a cabbit is like something else? Other than being a cat rabbit? Oh my god. How many times? Oh, that one. That's the one.
Here goes nothing.
I break my cock just to scam someone to think I'm female. What the fuck? Rocket.
What can I say?
Cocklet.
We're under attack!
Oh yeah, a cabbit is just a cat rabbit. From what I understand about it. And then there was like a different alternative for a cabbit. What a cossie is? Is it a cock pussy? Hey, question. Is hermaphrodite a bad term nowadays? Okay. I guess it's a bad term nowadays. It's a medical term. It's neither good or bad.
Nice work!
The thing is that, like, I remember talking to someone, and I remember saying about the word, I said about the word hermaphrodite because, at the time, like, I only knew about the word hermaphrodite being, like, someone who has a penis and a vagina. It's also because I watch porn a lot that I found out about the word hermaphrodite, and then I think recently I was talking to someone about hermaphrodism, and then they told me off saying to not say that word ever again, and I was like, okay.
No slacking, you lot.
Here
Hey, Adagio, by the way. Most folks who would prefer. Oh yeah, I know about intersect. Yeah, I know about intersect. That's for sure. But I didn't really know about the word of it until like I didn't really know it was a bad word until like or like a bad term until someone told me like, oh yeah, don't use the word at all. Have a good one, Adagio. Thanks for stopping by the way.
Better luck next time.
Please only use bad words if that is their chosen word. I guess so. Wait, hold on. What's this? Twinkle, twinkle. Yeah, twinkle, twinkle. Yeah, I like I said, I only know it from porn because like at the time when I was like looking up like I was looking up fucking whatever it is. Sure. I was looking up like porn about like I guess like trans people, I would say. And then I saw the term hermaphrodite, I was like, interesting. But that was like in 2011. That was like a long time ago as well. And I still remember the word, and then I just... Because at the time I kind of just used it because of like... that's the only word that I know of. Kind of bigoted. It was something in the lines of like me being curious of like the like someone who has a penis and vagina like together. But that was in like 2011 as well.
Come on.
It was a long time ago. I was curious enough to look at it. You looked up the fucking ones, Jesus. Is it that bad though? Like even when I was young to do so, is it really that bad?
Fancy your chances, do you?
Specific porn categories? I guess so, yeah. But yeah, I was like kind of like curious about it back then. Wait, fucking Sweeney's dead? I didn't realize Sweeney's fucking dead. Okay, Sweeney's now alive again. I didn't realize that Sweeney's dead this whole time. Wait, what do you have? The fuck? Sweeney? Oh, Swain. Someone needs to stop me from saying Sweeney. I told you, like, I literally, like, I forget about these kind of shit. You have to remind me that, like, you have to tell me that it's called Swain and not Sweeney. Or Sweeney. You have to remind me so much. You have to remind me, like, every single time that I say the word Sweeney. That is Swain.
Here goes nothing.
It's Swain with an E. Salami. Yeah, it's Swain with an E.
We won.
Fancy your
You
chances,
never
do
take care of your friends anyways. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by never take care of your friends anyways? Oh, you mean the Swain thing. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I wasn't looking. Okay, I wasn't looking. Okay, there's two instances of a fucking queen. Okay. One instance right here, please. Give me fucking queens right now. I need a queen. One
Here goes
queen.
nothing.
Just one queen, please. So long as there are artists specifically making themselves using a specific term.
We did it.
I think it's kind of weird to say it's always bad. I don't know. I think it's just more of the generation thing. Like it's a new generation, and people would think of it as a bad term instead of a good term now. Oh no, instead of like an everyday term now. Like the T word.
We've won!
It's like the T word.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Is that it?
But at the point, it's absurd to deny someone the rights to define themselves using a specific term just because the masses have changed their opinion. But that also just means that I can say the N-word freely anytime I want to. And it's saying that like I shouldn't change my opinions about saying the N-word because the N-word is free.
Here goes nothing.
Here goes!
I mean, I'll be very honest, I definitely said the N-word like multiple times when I was young. No, N-word with the hard R.
What can I say? It's a good.
The time changed, that's for sure. It's just the timing of a lot of stuff, you know? I'm sure if Obama has said the word there... I mean, he used it in a... Okay, that's different, okay? I'm on stream right now. If I'm off stream, probably I would say it. Okay, in a contextual way. But like, if I'm on Twitch, I don't think it is it's a good thing for me to say. Unless like someone's gonna snitch, you know? I mean, would you want to hear me say like that 4 times?
We did it!
And then, like, you know, I don't think I want to say it 4 times, even though the game tells me to say it 4 times. Or I can read it in my head, you know, but you know, I don't read it in my head. But yeah, like, times change, man. It's insanely stupid when black people say it as well. I mean, there's a cultural... Sometimes it's a cultural thing, but also at the same time, I don't know. Like, it's just a generation thing, where it just changed.
Nice flash!
Power play thing? I guess, okay, yeah. Maybe it's a power play and not a cultural thing. I don't really use C-Sense a lot. No, I meant to say like it's a cultural thing that like black people would say it anyways. And that's about it. But the way we used it last time, it was like, yeah, it's just as it is.
Come on! Here goes!
Is that it?
Okay, I got 2 instances of a queen. Please give me one. Give me one, please.
Watch
This
this!
is like literally tiring right now. Oh, wait, Esther. Oh my god, Jesus. Really, I'm trying to serenade. I was trying to serenade the fucking... Thank god, okay. Kill this one. Fuck this one. Yeah, that's right, little bitch. Fuck you.
We've won!
You find your shiny? Finally? No, it's, I guess so. I don't know. What do I name her? Name her... Oh god, do I name her this? This is gonna be so bad, but whatever. There we go. Finally, now I can get the fuck out of here. Oh shit, I could have called it Onaho. Yeah. Fuck. The fuck, that's lame. It's bimbo. It's bimbo in Japanese anyways. Okay, let's see how long have I been spending here for. Okay. Look! Wait, is it really? Is it really that long? No way is it that long. Wait, hold on. No way I spent like 40... No way I spent like... Oh wait, no, yeah I did. I actually did. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I was at 50. Yeah, I was at 50. God damn, I spent like a lot. Holy fuck, from here to here. I spent almost an hour. Look at that, I spent almost an hour. Name the next one. Is that Onaho? Is that Onaho? Alright, motherfucker. Here's your fucking bullshit. Can I go in? Can I go in the Yule? The Yule? Please? Thank you. Here. Have your fucking stupid ass familiars. Thank you. Jesus. Thank you. Dump her off. Dump them off. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Fuckers. I can actually like rank one of them up or morph one of them up. Oh. Underripe butcher buncher. Overripe buncher. Huh? What do you have? Oh. Okay. So... Oh yeah, yours is a book. Oh, fuck my life. Okay, yours is a book, which is in the west, in a forest. Like west here? Oh fuck. God damn it. Okay. I'm guessing it's around here then. In a forest in the west. It still tells me in the south though. Nope. Oh. Uh-oh. What? Is it in here? Is the thing in here? Hello? Oh fuck. Spring lock. Okay. What's this? Sarsaparilla ice cream. What's this? Magical defense. I'll give it to you then. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you. Visitor again, welcome, welcome. Again, you. Okay, so I guess, yeah, you. Give me the diary, you fucker. Thank you. Thank you for the diary. Bye bye. Is there a green chest around here? Yeah, there is a green chest. I totally forgot. Wait, where do I stand for this green chest? Wait, what do I stand for this green chest? Stand army. Stand army. Where do I stand? Yeah, what do I fucking stand for this? Hello? Okay, here. Jesus. Okay, there you go. Boom. There you go. Roly poly. Okay. Rolly poly. Whatever it is. Imagine playing a JRPG. True. Oh wait, my mom's calling me. Hold on. Sorry, my mom is calling me. Is this game any good? I mean, this game is like good in the sense of like it's easy. If you're not into if you have never played like a JRPG before, I think like, yeah, if you have never played like a JRPG before, I think this game is pretty simple and easy to get into. I mean, I've been playing this game for a while now, as you can tell, and then like you can totally tell I spent like 40 hours on this game so far. I have not even fucking scratched the surface. I'm already out of the prologue after 40 hours, surely. But then again, I also have to do a bunch of other stuff as well. Is it Skull Mountain? Wait, what do I have to do? Oh wait, there was a oh, this one. Hold on. Northern Winter Isles. Northern Winter Isles. Where's that? I need to fight some creature in the Northern Winter Isles. I've been spending a lot of time playing this game so far, so it's good. I like it, especially as like someone who doesn't fucking play like JRPGs. It's very simple and very easy enough to actually get in. Fucker, come here. Come here and fight! Fight! Fight, you bitch!
Watch this! Here goes!
Oof. My damage. Babin's Key with the rain. Thank you very much for the rain. Much appreciated. Hope your stream went well. Hello everyone. My name's Drew Horse. If you have seen me before, you have known me like every fucking time. Why are you always turned on? Stop being so turned on, my dude. Anyways, hope your stream went well. Yeah, if you're familiar with me, this guy always rates me like every single fucking time. So, no intro, but intro always is Drew Horse. I'm a speedrunner. I'm a horse speedrunner. For the new viewer here, it's free on the info. Oh no. Yeah, how your stream went well, by the way. I'm playing Ni no Kuni because I'm not speedrunning anything at the moment. I'm playing Ni no Kuni. Ni no Kuchi. Me want Kuchi, but I don't have Kuchi. Oh fuck! Whatever. Put me down, you fucking dragon. There we go. Speedrun all things, mostly horror. Yeah, mostly horror because I love horror games. Okay, what's this? Oh no, I'm done with this. Okay. Skull Mountain, Yule. Plays all the shit games. I do. And I like them. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, there's no games that are, like, good for many people to be like, yeah, this game is good. Yeah, true. Hold on, let me actually check on something real quick. Southeast, right? Are you a southeast? You're a southeast. In speedruns? Yeah, in speedruns. Does it have a cave? Does this have a cave? Jack Frost Playground. Fuck that shit. No. Is that the cave? That looks like a cave. That looks like a vagina. I'm going into the fucking slit of the vagina, I swear. Hello, Ghost Girl. What the fuck are you doing here, Ghost Girl? You gave me ice cream. Hold on. Maybe you like your monster chat. True. What the fuck? Actually true? Hello? Oh shit, you're a ghost. I forgot about that. You can see me? Oh yes, yes indeed. But what's a young girl like you doing over by here anyway? Well, I'm worried that about my Jabberguppy. We used to always be together, you see, ever since I was a little girl. But then one day we got caught up in an enormous blizzard while we were out playing, and well, this happened to me. The problem is my jabber guppy hasn't left my sight since. I think he's scared. I'm really worried about him. He can't stay with me forever. But don't you want to be together? It's not about what I want. I'm dead. It's about what's right for him. He has to learn to survive on his own and get on with his life. Hey, maybe you could help. Oh fuck. Really? Really? Sure. Sure. Up another 10. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking bitch? What the fuck? Fuck off, you stupid fucking ghost. Go. Sorry. Hey, Pip. I'm fucking dead, dude. How are you liking the JR? I like it. I like it so far. You know? I've been liking this game so far. I mean, I've been spending a lot of time playing this game. Like, on stream. I literally spent a lot of my time on stream playing this game so far, and it's wonderful. It's been one of the games that I really do like playing lately. I get the fuck queens and not kings. How you doing, Pip? Hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a while, man. What have you been doing lately? I need to go back to Skull Mountain. Hold on. Actually, no. You know what? Put me down. I'll teleport to Skull Mountain. But then again, I've been like doing a lot of these quests as well, like the side missions, as you can tell from the timer that is about to hit 41 hours. $41. I've been spending a lot of time in this game. I just have been liking it so far. I like it. Do you need anything? Oh, you need a fucking Lucky Charm. Gust Plume. Okay, where's your Gust Plume? Can be plundered from beasts known as beach hits. Wait, what? Am I seeing stuff wrong? Wait, hold on. Wait. No. No. I'm guessing none of these as well. No. 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 There's a Fuddy Daddy? Fuddy Daddy, Big Daddy, Granddaddy, Batty Daddy. What kind of fucking... First we got Girlfriend and now Big Daddy. No. 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 Wait. Beachheads. Island northwest of Summerlands. Okay. How many do you need? Oh wait, I got. Never mind. I had them all along. Daddy, that was a daddy. That was a big daddy. Whatever daddy it is. I don't remember. But there was some daddies. I was like, huh, daddy? Yo. Chill, daddy. Hey, Jewel, how are you? Hi, Mugo. I'm doing okay. I'm doing alright. Broken boosters. Agree to help to repair the broken booster. Daddy is fuck, yo. Motor bill. Oh fuck, okay. What is your favorite OST? Oh god, what is my favorite OST? From video games, huh? Well, I actually do not know. Let me think about it real quick. Huh. Wait, how about in here? Can I go in here? Philip! Philip, are you in here? Please, Philip, please! Welcome to the cum zone. God, I don't know. I actually do not know what's my favorite OST. There's a lot of OSTs that are good. Hello, mister. Can you take my thing and fix it? Thank you. You gotta make a better choice. I don't know. I actually have no idea. Let's say you want to listen to one right now. What would it be? If it's like an album, yes. If it's a game OST, I do not know. Undertale's a good one. I would say Undertale's a good one. I can only think of Undertale. Like, unfortunately, I can only think of Undertale. Is that it? For my journal? Oh fuck, I had to reach it to level 40. Forgot about that. I don't know what Azura's ref is. Wait, hold on. Can I teleport to Hamelin? Can I teleport to Hamelin and then actually just kill a bunch of dudes there? Or no, not kill a bunch of dudes. Sail towards the 7 seas. Is my boat there? That's the question. My boat's there! Okay, cool. Yeah, at least my boat's there. Do I really have to... Wait, hold on. Is there any more stuff that I can actually do? Okay. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that I can do is just level the fucking stupid ass bitch to level 40 or something. Okay. Let's go with you. Fuck you from the back. In the ass.
Come on. Here goes.
Actually, another like I think another OST that is cool is actually the Tony Hawk OST, where they have like a bunch of fucking like punk, like skater punk songs. I like that one as well. Skater punk songs are cool. What are others? Yeah, if you're talking about like fucking like albums, like actual like music albums that I really do love. One of my favorite albums is Green Day's American Idiot, and it's mostly because of the last song that is like one of my favorite songs. But there's also another album that I really do love as well. It's what is it called? Wait, why am I attacking you? It's a Mom Jeans album. I don't remember what it is called anymore. But it's been a long time since I've actually heard about heard Mom Jeans. It's a Mom Jeans album. What's a Tokyo Hotel? Tokyo Hotel.
Come on. Here goes.
I feel like I've heard that name before. Tokyo Hotel. Is it spelled with an I? Like Tokyo, is it spelled with an I? Tokyo? Or is it Tokyo? Because I heard about Tokyo Hotel as in Tokyo, I think. I think that's the one that I know of. Like for dark teenagers. I think that's the one that I heard of. I remember that the song being with an I. Okay, so I guess they had like a song that was really popular here at the time, but I don't remember what the song name is.
We won.
No, it's literally like, wasn't it like a popular song back then? Like that was one popular song that they had back in like 2010 or something. That was years ago. It was a long time ago. That's why I was like, wait, it's a familiar like band because it sounded like the band had a popular song like 10 years ago. But I can picture the singer being like a Japanese singer, but he looks very emo, and he has like an American accent or something like that.
Come on, you guys. Here we go. Nice work.
That's Corvallis. Isn't Corvallis into Pokemon?
Here we go. Here goes.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Alright, you pirate ship, stop! Stop right meow! Stop right meow! Stop it! Come back here. There we go. Got sucked in. I got sucked. can't believe I got sucked into a pirate ship. Ah! It's a ghost ship! Don't be so silly, Swain. I'm sure there's a much simpler explanation. The go is correct. This is no ghost ship. So what the heck is it then? It's a ghost galleon. A ghost galleon? Look closely. There are many cannons protruding from the sides. Are they not? Are there not? It is one of the legendary and most fearsome warships, constructed for the conflicts of the ancients, or the ghost of one at least. So it's even worse than a ghost ship? Ha 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 ha! That it be, shipmates. Worse than the worstest nightmare you have ever had. Arr. Whose voice is that? They who come alongside the black unbidden end their voyages at the bottom of old Davy Jones' locker. Tis the law of the seas. Davy who? I'm Drippy, man. You're thinking of someone else. B.I.? Arr, that's terrible rude of me. Forgive me, shipmate. Arr. What B.I. saying? Jetsam. On deck with ye. Run these scurvy dogs through. You never do well, Notomatum? The fuck is Notomatum? Notomaiden? Notomatum? Are we gonna fight this guy? I guess we fight this guy. Wow, only 60 damage, really? Oh wait, it's dead. Lol. Lamau dead already?
What can I say? It's a gift.
What was that thing? Never do well, Nautomaton? Oh, Nautomaton! Okay, whatever. No good pile of nuts and bolts, more like. Ain't it, though? Proper hunk of junk. It was. Funny looking, too. Arr! You're no lily-livered landlubbers, I'll give you that. But the nightmare ain't over yet. Why? It's barely begun. Ha 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 ha! Is that voice from before? Who's that? Show yourself! Arr, what's the matter, girl? Did the gulls take your eye? I be right here. Arr, huh? Oh fuck! Ah, it's him! Arr, you gave Jetson a sound scoopering. Your backbone. I've laid to that, but not a bit as much backbone as me and me scurvy crew here. We're born from knee to a kneel. Keel to topsail. Anyway, boys. Har. Why, Captain? You're the wittest skipper ever to sail the seven seas. Har. I'll make no bones about it, Captain. You're a regular laugh riot. Har. Crikey! It wasn't that flippin' funny. What are you people, anyways? You're not really skeletons, are you? Well now, shipmate, I be the dreaded Captain Crossbones. Skipper man master of this here tub we calls the Black Papuas. Papua. I don't know. And scourge of every inch of ocean from here to eternity. Arr, Captain, you have a fine way with words. This poetry, Captain, pure poetry. Now then, state your purpose. What business have ye with me and me cutthroat crew? We're looking for the 3 magic stones, and the map brought us here. Har. Here to rob us of our treasure, are ye? By thunder. Pure poetry. Yeah, pure poetry. I can't even pronounce that. It's hard for me to pronounce it, weirdly enough. And not just any treasure, but the very jewel given us by the Wizard King himself. Oh, you're lucky ones. I'll give you that. Huh? So he's got the flaming thing. Has he? It would have to be him, wouldn't it? Flipping typical this is. We sea dogs value our treasures more than our very lives themselves. Why? We would die for the least little trinket amongst them. If we weren't already dead, of course. Har 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 har. Har 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 har. Another, Captain. Another just fit to slay a man. Har har har. Har har. I've died all over again. Call me silly, but I'm starting to like these skeletons. The swollen-headed fool is the legendary Captain Pa. The stone is the greatest treasure in all our holds full of plunder. You'll have to price it from me, cold dead hands, you scurvy dogs. But we need it. Whatever it takes, we have to have it. Arr, whatever it takes, you say?
Very well, lad.
Oh.
If you want it, you best come and get it. Them's the rules of the sea. Come at you.
Oh no, we have to fight this fucking bony creature, bony captain. Ye bones. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I forgot about something. Wait, I need to look at something real quick. I need to put something on my other screen right now. Cause I want to watch this thing real quick. I don't know if Kylo Ren is still here. Kylo Ren, are you still here? Basically, there's gonna be like a fucking some streamer is gonna open up like a $100,000 worth of like fucking CS:GO cases. Like what the fuck? I want to watch that shit because it's very interesting to see how much he would lose in money. There we go. What the fuck? Holy fuck! Well, now I'm asleep. Ah, they can fight themselves. Yeah, they can fight themselves. Getting boned. I'm sleeping, that's why. Rock bye, baby, on the treetop. Literally sleeping. There we go, he's dead. I think he's dead like in like 2 more hits. There we go. He's dead. Easy. Easy! Fucking boned. Get boned. Get boned, bitch. Yo, get boned, bitch. Hey! The stone that I need. Sunstone. Yoink, mine now. Arg, no! Captain! Don't die on us, Captain! Har, har, har. Who do you mean, lass? I'll be dead already. Captain! Arr! This is your doing, you meddling scalawags. Ha! You call us thieves? You attacked us, and then you have the gall to accuse us of meddling? Worms. Wait. I don't think they're bad people. People? It's been a while since we've been called that, lad. An age, in fact. Aye, that it has. Remember the golden old days? The slip of a sloop that we started out pirating on all them years back. Oh, talk amongst yourselves. Why don't you? Remember the captain them days? What a terror. Drove us like slaves, he did. Till we was honored by the Wizard King itself. Afeared of nothing we were. 'Twas a golden age from man of fortune. From horizon to horizon, the sea was our big blue oyster. We'd have sailed the black Papuasi to world's ends and beyond. But we wasn't destined to live forever. Time caught up with us, sure as the tide. Aye, that is it. That it did. And then we was not but soaked souls, becalmed on the sea, of the afterlife, until the captain came back to us. That is, just as we always knew he would, and we took to the waves once more. Never a happier day that I see. Never indeed. What more could a cutthroat crew have wished for in death? Aye, we have been lucky indeed. Truly, I've no regrets. Nay, not a one. Not even dead. Whatever. They do it so quick. I don't even know. Captain. You outdone yourself. I've wet me pirate pens. Okay. Okay. Holy fuck. Is this ship gonna disappear? Well, they seemed happy. Yeah, seems like things worked out alright for them in the end, eh? I can't think of worse ways to go. I suppose you're right. Do you really think they are gone for good though? Somehow, they didn't seem like the types to hang out their cutlasses and settle down to a nice peaceful afterlife. Okay. So I got all the stone already. Yes, I got all the stone. I have with me all the stone.
This place has undergone some changes. Its halcyon days seem far behind it. Halcyon. All that is left of that kingdom and its people is the empty citadel you see before you. You have regrets. Destruction was the destiny those fools deserved. The choice you made was correct. Well.
Hey, Shy.
I never thought I would hear you say that. Now, Counselor.
Happy Friday.
To what do I owe this pleasure? I came to inquire about your intentions. My intentions? Your intentions for this world. A world I believe you would protect. Am I not correct, Doubtjin? It is only a matter of time before the forbidden spell is used again. Does the thought not seem disagreeable to you? We all share the same views of this world's pitiful denizens. Their lives are no longer of the slightest value. I see. And you are quite sure of this? My deeds shall demonstrate that I mean what I say. Watch as the frail hopes of the people of this world are torn from them and turned to the blackest despair. So you would have to share your fate. Very well. Counselor, just what are your intentions?
You went on a date? Like a chick or a guy? By the sky, you're a swift boy. I'll give you that. It seems you have yourself a full set of magic stones already. We couldn't have done it without Tengri. There's nowhere he can't fly. He's done me proud. He may be a mere fledgling, but he has all the makings of a legendary dragon. Now, you know what needs doing next. I take it. Those magic stones needs to be reunited with the wand of yours. So we just need to put the magic stones back in the holes in the wand, huh? Okay, here goes. Uh-oh. Eh? They'll never fit. Flipping heck. What's all this about? They're the wrong blooming size, ain't they? Are you blind or something? I guess. I didn't think to check. I mean, we were so busy looking for them. You're not seriously telling me we've ended up with a bunch of worthless counterfeits, are you? No, they're real. Of that there can be no doubt. The keepers of the stones you crossed swords with were real enough, were they not? Then why don't they fit in the wand? Fit the wand. Shy, was it a guy or is it a girl, by the way? This Morningstar has changed size. Yeah, I had to ask. You know, could be a girl that you had a date with. Like as not, it's shifted shape to fit the hand of its new owner. But there's bound to be a way to get those stones to follow suit, and I'll warrant some wise soul has scribbled it down somewhere. I have a nose for plunder, and I'll say you'd best have a sniff around the self-same place you first heard tell of Morningstar, and I first came by the map. Hamelin, of course. You're right, Kublai. It's a guy. Hey, that's good. That's good to hear. So he's back to Hamelin again, is it? This seems to be becoming a habit. Come on then, Oliver. Okay, let's go and let's go see how Markison's doing. Hey, Nayeli. What's up, Nayeli? Hello. Okay. Oops. Hamelin. You doing good? Hell yeah. Glad that you're doing good. Oh yeah, I need to do something real quick. I want to see the bounty board. Is there any more bounties that I can go for? I have 3. Further increase the amount of experience gained through taking part in battles. I probably need that one. Reduce the amount of magical power required to perform. What's this? Unlock Oliver's full potential as a wizard and a hero? Jesus! That's a lot. That's a lot of cards, man. Should I grind for the cards? Wait! Should I try the trials again? I don't know whether I should try the trials again, but... Hold on. I want to see if I can fight this fucking tortoise or turtle. This fucking big ass turtle that I couldn't fight when I was at level 40 or something. I'm probably gonna fail again, like fighting. I'm gonna fail at fighting again, but we'll see. Okay, let's see about the stout real quick. Alright, let's see if I can actually kill this stout. Yeah, get the fuck away from me, fucking furries. Oh fuck, do not quit, do not quit. Whoops. I thought I could skip the cutscene, wow. Sorry, almost quit the game right there. Okay, that one I can skip now. Okay, cool. Okay, now you are actually low. Okay. Let's see if I could actually do something about this. Okay. Let's see if I could kill this fucker. I want to kill this fucker like super badly. 138. $28, $29. Still okay. I mean, still an okay damage, I guess. How many hours? I don't know. I mean, I'm at 41 hours now. Oh my god, he's stunned. He's stun locked. God damn, the guy was stun locked. Guy stun locked. He was stun locked. He looks so stunned.
We did it.
There you go. I win. Rank D. Alright, rank D's nuts. Like, it's cleared. Handling familiars is harder than I thought. You make it look easy, Oliver. Yeah, get out of here. You killed me once. You can't kill me again. There we go. Hot-blooded badge. Hot-blooded badge. Ooh. Do I have anything for him? I have these. What was the one that had... Oh, you had the fire seal. Okay, you know what? No. Let's change that review. There we go. Yeah, shy, as you can tell, I have 41 hours in this game so far, so there's that. Alright, let's go with C real quick. Yeah, let's go with C. That's rookie number. I mean, rookie number for like JRPG games, then yeah, I guess. Holy shit, it's the naked people. God, I'm gonna fuck these naked people up. Sorry. Gonna fuck them tribal people up, that's what it is. That's right, you, whatever it is. I would be disappointed. What do you mean disappointed? Like with the rookie number? I guess.
Better luck next time.
Alright, who's next? You people! Bro. Can't believe I'm fighting against these people. One is a fucking fairy, I forgot about that. let's see about this last boss real quick.
Did it!
This last boss could be like fucking hard as fuck, honestly. Like, oh yeah, this is easy, but like, well, what's with this last boss? Flipping head, come on. Le Automator. Observe beside me, the great. Observe beside me, the greatest creation, robotic the world has ever seen. The force, the grace, the heuristic triumph. She's French. Kill this French bastard. Oh god, it's a robot. Oh fuck, I'm gonna get fucked by a robot, honestly. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked by a robot. Oh, is this Twinkle Twinkle? Ew, this Twinkle Twinkle Little Star didn't even do anything about it. Brr. Is he stunned? He's stunned! My dude's stunned! He's stun locked again! My dude's stun locked again! Which one is like stun locking him? God damn! I might have gotten a good fucking like build to get the enemy stun locked like that. What the flying fuck? Okay.
Better luck next time.
Okay. I'm not gonna do B because I'm not a B guy. I'm a C guy where I love cock. I don't like bussy. Oh yeah. Oh French. Oh you Frenchy. Frenchie, go die! Alright. I got some dressing thing. Nice fake French accent, true. Oi, oi, wee wee! The streamer loves penis. I got some kind of thing. What did I even get? It's the furry suit, guys! Guys, we found the furry suit! I can't believe we found the furry suit in the game! I saved the part where he said he would kill the tribal and where he for further reference. Oh no! Oh no, I'm gonna get cancelled! Hey wait, I have Mornstar this whole time? How the fuck have I not been using Mornstar this whole time? I didn't realize I have Mornstar. Brr. Bruh, I didn't realize I had Mornstar this whole time. Jesus. I can't wait for some random user to spur shit up, cause drama. Oh no. Please, guys, please don't. Unless I have it already. Feels like I probably have it already. It looked like a bag just now. It just looked like a bat just now. I don't know what kind of bag it was. Maybe it just was items or something? Is it this thing? No, it's not, this is a Phoenix Breath. Whatever. Alright, I'm not gonna go for B because I'm not suitable enough to go for B. I also have to stop stream pretty soon as well. I'm gonna complete this mission and then I'm just gonna stop stream because I'm gonna have a marathon run like later in like the next couple of hours. I'm not skipping that one. Don't make me skip that one. I know I've been streaming for like 8 hours constantly, but like today I really had to cut things short. And like the half of the stream today is just literally just me grinding out for 1 XP into a fucking familiar, or a few familiars actually. So I really had to cut things short later on. Wait, can I even go to the black market? I might try it out. You know what? I'm gonna try it out right now. Can I even go to the black market and buy stuff? Wait, this way. Wait, Shy, question. How tall are you? I have a dumb fucking question. How tall are you? Cause I know I'm fucking short and you're 1'7" or some shit like that. Taller than you? Yeah, I know. How tall is tall? Stop asking for no personal information. I wanna know. Wait. What's this? Wait, hold on. They give it a follow. That's it. They give it a follow. Fucking R25. I can't believe this. Okay, I guess there's nothing here other than a note, and that's about it. Okay. Morningstar is not a powerful one, I guess. Are you really 6 feet? No, I'm asking Shy how tall is he, because I'm 165, 167. I know like Shy is like 1'7", I think. You're 6 feet? How do wait, holy fuck. Wait, is 6 feet 1'8" or 1'9"? Yeah, is 6 feet 1'8" or 1'9"? Oh, 180 or 190 centimeters. Or is that 200 meters? Oh, that's 180? That's 6 feet? Wait, that's actually 6 feet? Huh. I didn't know about that. I'm like literally short then. If I stand beside like some guy, I'm just like I'm literally like in a porno shoot or some shit. I'll be like in a porno shoot or something. What's my height? I'm 5'5", 5'6". I'm fucking short, dude. I'm literally short as fuck. My mom is like 5 feet. My dad's around the same height as me. Yeah, we're short people. How? Wait. No way. No way I'm at your wife's height. I thought your wife was taller than me. Guess what? Your princeliness, we got all them stones. She's 5'6". Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, Mornstar's magic stones. So we recovered the map from Kublai? That's right, Your Highness. We, well, actually, he kind of gave it to us. Kublai helped you? The Sky Pirate? He's not a bad sort. Once you get to know him, he took us under his wing. He even gave us a dragon to fly about on Tidy A. No, Shy? Oh, no, wait. Wait is, if I'm not mistaken, I think, like, Shy's a big guy. I remembered him saying that he's a big guy. No, he mentioned it. He mentioned it that he said he was a big guy. I know he's a big guy. But that means, like, I'm just short. I'm just short and thin. That's about it. You're 104, 230. Jesus! I'm like 65 kg. I think like I'm like 65 kg or something. Around 60, 65. I'm fucking thin as fuck. Gio needs to eat more. I definitely do need to eat more. I have a weighing scale like near my fucking door. Actually, you know what? Let me update because I haven't like weighed myself in a long time. I remembered like it being like fucking 60. Yeah, I'm like 63. So I guess I'm close to like 65. Buy more food. True. Eat more, don't only eat grass. Oh no, my veggies. Wait, how much is that in pounds though? How much is that in pounds? You got muscles, so apparently I don't look as large as I weigh. I'm fucking like thin. That's all I could say. I'm thin and short. I'm just thin and short. 140. Oh, interesting. I thought it was like under 120 or something. I didn't realize. I used to be like under 100. I used to be like 35 kg when I was like 14, 15 or something. Do I weigh the same as Shy? You said you were a big guy. Huh? I'm thin. Well, not that thin. I'm like literally like dad bod. That's all I could say. I'm literally dad bod. You're big and strong. Maybe you have muscles. I don't have muscles at all. I'm just like literally thin. I don't know. I thought you mean like big as in like chubby big. Huh. He gave you a dragon? Yo, he gave me a dragon, these nuts? Can this be true? It's true, Your Highness. Tangri helped us find the 3 magic stones. We couldn't have done it without him. The problem now is how to stick the stones back into Mornstar, and I won't lie to you, we don't have the foggiest. We were kinda hoping you might be able to help us, Your Highness. When I was at Dennis, I was 84. Muscular, 95. That's cool. I mean, he's big gay. He's big gay and big guy. Please give me the wand and the stones. I wish you examined them. This is rather a tricky one. Oh, don't tell me you can't help us either. The stones are just too big, aren't they? Well, if it were a mere matter of unifying the sizes of the wand and the stones, my powers would more than suffice. But I am afraid it is not only the dimensions that are out of alignment. There is another problem, one that I like the ability to resolve. Hang on a minute. Are you telling us it ain't just the wonky sizes we have to worry about? It's never flipping easy, is it? I asked this, and I've never seen pictures of Shy before. That's why. Like I've never seen pictures of Shy before. I only know through him saying that he's a big guy. That's about it. And then he mentioned saying that it was chubby or something. I think I've got it. Just think for a moment. When exactly did we get a hold of Mornstar? It was when we were sent back to the past, which means, the problem may stem from attempting to join the Mornstar of 15 years past with the stones you obtained here in the present. As long as there is this time difference, so to speak, it may not be possible to unite them. So we need to find Mornstar here in the present. If only it would were that simple. I had my men search for it, but it seems it has been destroyed. Not a trace of it remained in our time. Did I share to a my wall? I don't know. I don't know. I never know. Hold on. We brought it with us from the past, so surely it makes sense that it doesn't exist in the present as well. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. This is all getting a bit too flipping complicated for me. There may be one who can help you. I speak of Kulan, of the four great sages. Her magical powers were the most formidable. So if we can find the great sage Kulan, she can help us with Mornstar. We're talking about Kulan, the queen of the heavens, right? She ruled a city in the clouds called Xanadu, but that place was destroyed. Yes. Send me a face picture, one and another picture when you choose. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm gonna just say I don't know about that, unless like because I don't know. I just didn't ask. I would ask, but I don't know. I just don't know. Jeepers, her city was destroyed? Can it really be 5 years ago? Yes, it must be. 5 years ago, news reached us that Shadar had attacked the celestial citadel of Xanadu. Shy once had a chance to see the fox diggers, but he was too shy to ask. Hahaha, Shy. By the time we mustered our forces, it was too late. When Hamelin's airborne divisions arrived, Xanadu had been wiped from the map. I am afraid I do not know what became of its queen and her subjects, but perhaps if you are lucky. Bah, fat chance. It sounds like Shadar dealt with them, just like he dealt with your predecessor. Swain, please. In any case, it is not within my power to help you. For that, I can only apologize. Don't worry, Your Majesty. There must be another way. Well, if we can't find Kulan, I guess we'll have to try another great sage. Another? Well, Elysius is no longer with us, which leaves only Rashad. Yes, my father is sure to know something. Your father? Ah, now I see where you get your wisdom. Yes, Rashad may well be able to help you. Haha, thank you, Your Majesty. Huh. We're not going to find anything out by hanging around here swapping compliments. Let's be off, shall we? Sure, let's go find somebody who can help us. They're out there somewhere. I just know they are. Wait, hold on. What? Okay, fine. Gosh, look at her. Look at who? Holy fuck. That's not the type of armor you find around these parts. There's no snout, for starters. Huh, there sure is something strange about her. Hold on, could she be? What is this, Wayne? Is she a friend of yours? Yeah, we go way back, but seriously, is that armor she's wearing? It's what they wore in Xanadu. You what? But I thought Xanadu was destroyed. So she's a survivor, is she? That's lucky. Come on, Ollie boy. Let's find out what your girl's got to say it for herself. Oops. It's the other 5. Whoops. There we go. Can it be? Can you see me? Of course we can. Why wouldn't it? One wouldn't be able to. Oh, we. Oh, this is marvelous, and you can hear me too. Sure, we can hear you, but if we are using spirit medium to speak to you, it must mean you are correct. I lost my life some time ago, and you are the first to notice my presence. Well, we weren't going to miss you in that getup. Were we? So, you came from Xanadu, did you? Indeed, the celestial kingdom of Xanadu was my home. I was charged with protecting our queen, but Shadar destroyed Xanadu, didn't he? So I guess you, no, I did not fall in the battle. I was slain by a comrade, a fellow citizen of Xanadu. Huh? What do you mean? What you said was correct. Shadar did indeed lay waste to my home. The fiend made his way into the inner sanctum of the palace, unnoticed by anyone. Our magic had no effect on him. Even the mighty sorcery of Queen Kulan was useless. Kulan, but we heard she had the most powerful magic of all the great sages. Nonetheless, it was of no use. She was too powerless against him. But Shadar did not take our lives. No. He robbed us of something else. He stole our hearts. He took the hearts of all who dwelled in our city. He stole all of your hearts? Indeed. And without hearts to call our own, we lacked emotion, whatever it is. I accidentally pressed X. And that was how it came to pass that you said enough. We can imagine what happened then, believe me. Shadar will pay for this. What happened that day, I will never forget. Its horror is forever etched in my memory. That's so horrible, to be killed by one of your own people. I'm so sorry. Do not pity me. My people still have hope. Hope? What do you mean? Queen Kulan, Queen of the Heavens, she lives still. Huh? She does? But we thought that... Now that I dwell in the spirit realm, I can feel her presence. I can sense my queen's power. For years, I have searched for her without cease. But she is not to be found in this kingdom. I sense her presence somewhere in the north of here, but I sense something else too, an evil so terrible I fear to approach it. Not north of here? Do you mean the Tombstone Trail? Tombstone Trail? Maybe. That time was there were other kingdoms on this continent. Now there's only Hamelin and the odd town too. But if she's out there, we have to find her. We've got Tangri. If the Queen of the Heavens is somewhere around here, we're sure to find her. Do you really mean to search for her? You have my eternal gratitude. Don't worry, ma'am. We won't let Shadar get away with what he's done. And besides, we have our own scores to settle with the fiendish scoundrel. Oh, stop trying to impress her by sounding all heroic. What he means to say is, leave it to us. I thank you most humbly. I am deeply grateful. I think Swain wants that fucking ghost pussy, not gonna lie. He just really wants that ghost pussy, not gonna lie. I almost forgot. Should you find Queen Kulan or any other survivors from Xanadu, would you give them this? It was damaged by the fire that swept through our realm, but it is the only remaining proof that my city, and indeed myself, ever existed. Sure, leave it to us. The wings of Xanadu. That's enough chit chat for now. It's time to scour Autumnia and see if we can't find Queen Kulan. Okay. I have to save here real quick. Actually, wait, you know what? Are there any other bounties or stuff that I can actually save before I actually go off for D-Day? For D-Day. Die-Day. Oh no, you are... No. Fuck off. Fuck off, you stupid bird. Okay, do you have anything? No bounties. Oh, there's this one. Go and see what's wrong with the comedian in question. Decide his friends and best friend in Tahiti. Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. I'll do that I'll do that the next time I come back. I think the next time I come back is on Sunday. Cause I'll be out tomorrow. And yeah, I'll be out tomorrow, and yeah, I think this is the time that I actually stop because I really do have something else later on in the next couple of hours. So I'm gonna be quitting right here. And yeah, thank you guys for actually sticking by for 5 hours of Ni no Kuni. 3 hours short, but yeah. Well, I'm gonna be ending it off right here today. Thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Perfect, because I'm leaving anyways. Yeah, I'll be doing like a marathon run in the next couple of hours, which is another Suzuki Bakahatsu run. Hopefully I go underestimate of Suzuki Bakahatsu. What JRPG next? I'm not too sure. But yeah, Final Fantasy VII. I don't know. Like, honestly, I do not know. Don't forget to give the horse a follow. Yeah, if you like the stream, follow, smile. Head at Forest Mount. No! The last time okay, weirdly enough, okay, the first time I ran the game, I was like, yeah, I had 2 explosions. And then the last time I ran the game was like 3 explosions. Now, I'm not gonna go with 4 explosions. Please don't let me go with 4 explosions. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. I'm gonna host it out to, you know, if they're still alive. Are they still alive? Actually, no. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hope that they're still alive. I don't know if they're still gonna be around that much. I'm gonna be hosting up to Kuroshi. Kuroshi's a Hollow Knight speedrunner, fellow Singaporean as well. Dude's a fucking world record holder in like, I think some category. I don't know what category, but yeah. Once you try remake, you'll probably like that. I think how much is remake at the moment? If someone buys me remake, sure. I might play that. I might. If remake comes, if someone buys the remake anyways. But yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you on Sunday. Sunday is gonna be the time that I'm gonna be streaming instead of tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be going outside and going out for like a party or a gig or whatever it is. So yeah, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys on Sunday. Take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.